The Introduction of Alcinous to the Doctrines of Plato, by Alcinous, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. 1. What philosophy is, and what the person ought to be naturally who is about to be a philosopher. The teaching of the peculiar opinions of Plato would be something of this kind. Philosophy is a longing after wisdom, or a release, or withdrawal of the soul from the body, while we are turning ourselves to what is perceived by mind, and to things that exist truly. Now, wisdom is the knowledge of things divine and human, and the person called a philosopher is so named from it, as a musician is from music. Now, it is necessary for such a person to be naturally disposed, in the first place, towards those kinds of learning that possess the power to fit him for, and lead him to, the knowledge of the existence, perceived by mind, and not of that which wanders about and is in a state of flowing. Next, he must have a love for truth, and by no means admit a falsehood. Moreover, he must be naturally temperate, and, as regards the portion of the soul subject to being affected by circumstances, naturally subdued. For he who is eager after instruction relating to things existing, and who turns to these his longing, will look upon pleasures with little admiration. It is requisite, too, for him who is about to be a philosopher to be mentally free. For all little considerations are opposed to the soul that is about to contemplate subjects pertaining to God and man. And towards justice likewise it is requisite for him to be naturally disposed, as it is towards truth and freedom in thought and temperance; and there ought to be in addition an aptitude to learn, and a good memory. For these things form the species of a philosopher. Since these naturally good qualities, when they meet with a proper education and fitting aliment, render a person perfect for virtue, but when they are neglected, they become the cause of great mischief. And these Plato was accustomed to call by names similar to the virtues, temperance, and fortitude, and justice. 2. That, as contemplation takes the lead, action is necessary and follows. Since life is twofold, contemplative and active, of the former the chief point lies in the knowledge of truth, but of the latter in doing what is suggested by reason. The contemplative life, then, is the one held in honor, but the active that which follows and is necessary. That such is the case will be clear from hence. Contemplation is an operation of the mind, while it is thinking upon what is perceptible by mind; but action is an operation of the rational soul, perfected by means of the body. The soul, then, when contemplating the Deity and the thoughts of the Deity, is said to be in a good state; and this state goes by the name of intelligence, which a person would say is nothing else than an assimilation with the Deity; and hence such would take the lead, and be held in honor, and be prayed for the most, and be the most appropriate for man; nor is it to be hindered, and is placed in our power, and it is the cause of the end laid down for us. But action, and the active, performed through the body, can be hindered, or may be carried on, when the things which are seen during a contemplative life require a person to apply them to the moral conduct of man. For he who is intent upon his duty will come to public affairs when he sees them improperly administered by some persons, through his considering that to act as a general, and a judge, and an ambassador are things of circumstances, but that the best in action, and as taking the lead in it, is that relating to legislation and statesmanship and the regulation and instruction of young persons. It is proper, then, from what has been said, for the philosopher to be never deficient in contemplation, but to feed it ever and to increase it, as being near to his proceeding on to a life of action. 3. that the study of the philosopher rests, according to Plato, on 3 points: on viewing things that exist, on doing what is correct, and on the art of reasoning. The study of the philosopher seems to rest, according to Plato, on 3 points: on the view and perception of things that exist, on doing what is correct, and on the theory itself of reasoning. The perception of things that exist is contemplative, but practical science is concerned about things to be done, and dialectical about reasoning. Now, this last is subdivided into the distributive, and the definitive, and the inductive, and the syllogistic, and this last into the demonstrative, which is concerned about the syllogism which exists of necessity, and into the tentative, which is seen in the case of a syllogism resting on opinion, and into the third, rhetorical, which is concerned about the enthymeme, which is called an imperfect syllogism, and still further into sophisms, which would not be that which takes the lead in the eye of the philosopher, but what is necessary. Of practical science, one part is seen to be concerned about the care of morals, and another about the regulation of a household, and another relating to the state and its safety. Of these, the first is called moral, the second economical, the third political. Of the contemplative, one portion relating to what is unmoved and the first cause, and such things as are divine, is called theological; another portion relating to the movement of the stars, and their periodical revolutions, and their return to the spot from whence they started, and to the constitution of this world, is physical; but another portion viewed by means of geometry and the rest of learning is mathematical. Such then being the subdivision and portioning out of the kinds of philosophy, we must first speak of the dialectical, as it is agreeable to the doctrines of Plato, and first of all about the judicatory. For, respecting the faculty of judging, and the judicatory powers of the soul. Since there is that which judges, and likewise that which is judged, there will be also that which is affected by them, what a person would call judging. Properly, one would call the act of judging the judging faculty, but more commonly that which judges. Now, this is twofold: one by which a thing is judged, the other through which it is; of which the former would be the intellect that is in us, the latter the organ that is naturally judicatory, acting like a leader to what is true, but like a follower after what is false. Now, this organ is nothing else than natural reason; and as regards things that exist, the philosopher would be called more clearly a judge, by whom things are judged; but reason likewise is a judge, through which the truth is judged, and which we have said is an organ. Now, reason is twofold: one is altogether to be not made captive, and is accurate; the other is not to be deceived by falsehoods as regards the knowledge of things. The former of these can be attained by God, but not by man; but the latter can be attained by man likewise. Now, this is also twofold: one is conversant about things perceptible by mind, the other about things perceptible by a sense; of which the one conversant about things perceptible by mind is science and scientific reason, but the other conversant about things perceptible by a sense is opinionative and opinion; from whence the scientific possesses a firmness and stability, as being conversant with principles firm and stable, but the credible and opinionative possess probability, as being conversant about things not stable. Now, of science, conversant about things perceptible by mind, and of opinion conversant about things perceptible by a sense, the principles are intelligence and perception. Now, perception is an affection of the soul that gives, like a leader, by means of the body a previous intimation of a power that has been effected. But when there has been produced in the soul by means of the organs of sense an impression according to its sensation, which is a sensation, then, in order that the impression may not be evanescent, but permanent and preserved, the preservation of it is called memory. But opinion is the complication of memory and sensation. For when we meet for the first time with a thing perceptible by a sense, and a sensation is produced in us by it, and from this sensation memory, and we subsequently meet again with the same thing perceived by a sense, we combine the memory previously brought into action with the sensation produced a second time, and we say within ourselves, as for instance, say Socrates, or a horse, or fire, or whatever thing there may be of such a kind. Now, this is called opinion through our combining the recollection brought previously into action with the sensation recently produced. And when these, placed along each other, agree, a true opinion is produced; but when they swerve from each other, a false one. For if a person, having a recollection of Socrates, and meeting with Plato, imagines, through some similarity, that he is meeting again with Socrates, and afterwards combines the sensation which he has received from Plato, as if he had received it from Socrates, with the recollection which he has of Socrates, the opinion would be a false one. Now, that, in which memory and sensation are produced conjointly, Plato likens to an impression on wax. But when the soul, after remoulding by an exercise of thought the things which have been imagined out of sensation and memory, looks upon them as upon those out of which they have been produced, Plato calls this a painting to the life, and sometimes too a phantasy. But he calls the exercise of thought a talking of the soul to itself; and talking, he says, is a flowing from it, proceeding with a vocal sound through the mouth. Now, cogitation is an operation of the mind, while contemplating the first things perceptible by mind. And this seems to be twofold: one, while it was contemplating things perceptible by mind previous to the soul existing in the body; another, after it had been compelled to come into this body. Of these, one, that contemplated previous to the soul existing in the body, was called cogitation; but after it existed in the body, that which was then called cogitation was now called physical thinking, as being a cogitation in a subjective soul. When therefore we say that cogitation is the beginning of scientific reasoning, we do not mean that which is so called now, but that which, as we have said, was then, when the soul existed apart from the body, called cogitation, but is now physical thinking. Now, physical thinking is called by him, Plato, both a simple science, and a fledging of the soul, and sometimes recollection. From these sciences that are simple, physical and scientific reason, which exists in nature, is composed. Since then there is reason existing, both scientific and opinionative, and there is a cogitation existing, and sensation, there are also things that are subjective to them, as for instance those that are perceptible by mind, and those likewise by a sense. Now, since of things perceptible by mind, some are primary as ideas, and some secondary as species, which, being impressed on matter, are inseparable from it, cogitation is twofold, one of the primary, and another of the secondary. And again, since of things perceptible by a sense, some are primary, as qualities, for instance, color, whiteness; but some according to accident, as white mixed with another color; and, moreover, a congregated mass, as fire, honey. So there is sensation, one part of which is of primaries, and called itself primary, and another of secondaries, and called secondary. Of the primaries perceptible by mind, cogitation judges, not without scientific reason, by means of a certain apprehension, and not by discourse in detail. But of the secondary, a sense judges not without opinionative reason. But of the congregated mass, opinionative reason judges not without a sense. Now, since the world perceptible by mind is a primary perceptible, but that perceptible by a sense is a congregated mass, of the world perceptible by mind cogitation judges, together with reason that is not without reason; but of that perceptible by a sense opinionative reason judges, not without a sense. Since then there is contemplation and action, right reason does not judge in a similar manner of things which fall under contemplation, and of what are to be done; but in the case of contemplation it looks to the truth, and to what is not in that condition; but in the case of things to be done, to what is appropriate, and what is strange, and what is being done. For by having a natural notion of what is beautiful and good, we make use of reason; and referring to these natural notions, as to some determinate standards, we decide whether any of these things are in this state, or in a different one. 5. About the dialectic element, and its aim. The most elementary part of dialectic science he deems to be, first, the looking upon the essence of everything whatsoever, and then upon what relates to its accidents. It looks upon each thing as it is in itself, either from above in the way of division or definition, or from below in that of analysis; but on the accidents of, and that which exist in, essences, it looks either from the things contained, through induction, or from the things containing, through a syllogism; so that, according to this account, in dialectical science there is a dividing, and a defining, and an analyzing, and moreover that which is inductive and syllogistic. Now the dividing is the separating a genus into its species, or a whole into its parts; as when we separate the soul into the rational, and that affected by circumstances; and again the so affected into the irascible and the concupiscible. The division, too, of the voice is into the thing signified, as when one and the same word is referred to many things; and the division of accidents into things subjective, as when we say of good things that some are so as regards the soul, some as regards the body, and some are external; and that of things subjective into accidents, as when we say of men that some are good, some bad, and some between both. It is necessary, then, to make use of the separation of the genus into its species for the purpose of knowing thoroughly each thing by itself, and what it is according to its essence; but this cannot take place without a definition. Now, a definition is produced from a division after this manner. Of the thing that is about to fall under a definition, it is requisite to take in the first place the genus, as in the case of man the genus is an animal, and then to separate it according to its proximate differences, descending to the species, as for instance to rational and irrational, mortal and immortal; so that if the proximate differences are combined with the genus that proceeds from them, there exists a definition of man. But of analysis there are three kinds. One is an ascent from things perceptible by a sense to the primary perceptible by mind; another is an ascent through things fully shown, and obscurely shown, to propositions not to be demonstrated, and without a middle; and another is that which ascends from an hypothesis to principles not hypothetical. Now, the first is something of this kind, as if we should proceed from the beauty relating to the body to the beauty relating to the soul, and from this to that in pursuits, and from this to that in laws, and then to the wide sea of beauty; and then, after having proceeded thus, we should discover what remains, namely, beauty itself. The second kind of analysis is something like this. It is requisite to suppose what is to be sought, and to see what things are before it, and to show these from what come after, by ascending up to those before, until we arrive at the first, and what is acknowledged; and beginning again from this we shall descend to what is sought by the synthetical manner. For instance, I am seeking whether the soul is immortal; and after supposing this very thing, I inquire whether it is always moved; and after showing this, whether what is always moved is self-moved; and again, after showing this, I consider whether what is self-moved is a beginning of motion; and then whether a beginning is unbegotten, which is laid down as being acknowledged, inasmuch as the unbegotten is likewise the indestructible; from which, as from a thing quite clear, making a beginning, I will put together a demonstration of this kind. If a beginning be a thing unbegotten and indestructible, that which is self-moved is a beginning of motion. Now the soul is a thing self-moved; it is therefore indestructible, and unbegotten, and immortal. But the analysis from an hypothesis is of this kind: a person inquiring into a matter lays down that very thing hypothetically, and he then considers what will follow upon the assertion so laid down; and after this, whether it is requisite to give a reason for the hypothesis; and, laying down another hypothesis, he inquires whether what had been previously laid down follows again the other hypothesis; and so he continues to do until he arrives at some principle not hypothetical. Induction is wholly a method by reasoning which proceeds from the like to the like, or from particulars to generals. Induction is particularly useful for exciting notions connected with physics. 6. On the kinds of the so-called propositions, and on syllogism. Of that portion of reasoning which we call a proposition, there are two kinds. One is affirmation, the other negation. Affirmation is a thing of this kind: Socrates is walking about. But negation is a thing of this kind: Socrates is not walking about. Of affirmation and negation there is one kind relating to what is universal, another to what is particular. An affirmation relating to what is particular is of this kind: a certain pleasure is a good. A negation is of this kind: a certain pleasure is not a good. But an affirmation relating to what is universal is of this kind: every disgraceful thing is an evil. A negation is of this kind: not one of disgraceful things is a good. Of propositions, some are categorical, some hypothetical. The categorical are simple, as "every just thing is beautiful." But the hypothetical point out a consequence or repugnance. Plato makes use likewise of the operation of syllogisms when he is disproving or proving; when disproving falsehoods, by a searching inquiry; and when proving truths, by a certain kind of teaching. Now a syllogism is a reasoning in which, on some things being laid down, something necessarily turns out different from what has been laid down. Of syllogisms there are some categorical, others hypothetical, and others mixed. Of these the categorical are those of which the assumptions and conclusions are simple propositions; the hypothetical are those that proceed from hypothetical propositions; and the mixed are those that combine the other two. The man makes use likewise of demonstrative reasoning in the dialogues that covertly lead to truth, and of detective in those against the sophists and young persons, but the litigious against those called peculiarly litigious, as say, for instance, Euthydemus and Hippias. Of the categorical, whose forms are three, the first is that in which the common extreme is first the predicate, and then the subject; the second is in which the common extreme is the predicate in both; the third is in which the common extreme is the subject in both. Now the extremes I call the parts of propositions; as in the proposition, "Man is an animal," we call man an extreme, and so too animal. According to the first, second, and third forms, Plato frequently asks reasons. According to the first, he argues thus in the Alcibiades: "Just things are honorable, but honorable things are good. therefore just things are good. According to the second, in the Parmenides, thus: that which has no parts is neither straight nor round, but that which partakes of figure is either straight or round. Hence that which has no parts does not partake even of figure. According to the third, in the same book, thus: that which partakes of figure has some quality, and that which partakes of figure is bounded; therefore that which has some quality is bounded. And in many books we shall find hypothetical reasons asked by him, and especially in the Parmenides we shall find them such as these: if the one has no parts, it has neither a beginning, a middle, nor an end, nor has it a limit; and if it has not a limit, neither does it partake of figure. If then the one has no parts, neither does it partake of figure. According to the second hypothetical form, which the majority say is the third, according to which the common extreme follows both the ends, he asks in this manner: if the one has no parts, it is neither straight nor round; but if it partakes of figure, it is either straight or round. If then it has no parts, it does not partake of figure. And yet, according to the third form, but the second with some persons, according to which the common extreme leads both, he asks thus in the Phaedo: if, after we have received the knowledge of what is equal, we have not forgotten it, we know it; but if we have forgotten it, we recall it to mind. And of the mixed he makes mention, which thus build up a reasoning from a consequence: if the one is a whole and limited, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and partakes of figure. Now, since the leading is so, so is the ending. Of those two that pull down from a consequence, it is most easy to contemplate the differences in a similar manner. When, therefore, a person looks carefully into the powers of the soul, and into the difference of men, and the kinds of reasoning, and acutely perceives which of them are suited to the soul in this way or that, and being what himself, by what, and what kind of reasonings he can be persuaded, such a person, if he lays hold of a fitting opportunity for the use of his faculties, will become a perfect orator, and his oratorical skill would be justly called the science of speaking well. And of sophisms, too, we shall find the method delineated by Plato in the Euthydemus, if we carefully read the book, so that it is indicated covertly what sophisms are in words, and what in things, and what are the solutions of them. Moreover, he has pointed out secretly the 10 categories in the Parmenides and the other dialogues, and he goes through the whole question of etymology in the Cratylus, and, to speak simply, the man is the most sufficient and wonderful in the business relating to definitions and divisions, all of which show forth especially the power of the dialectic art. The matter of the Cratylus has a meaning of this kind. Plato inquires there whether names are from nature or imposition, and he is satisfied that the correctness of names is referable to imposition; not, however, simply so, nor accidentally, but so that the imposition follows upon the nature of the thing; for the correctness of the name is nothing else than the imposition which agrees with the nature of the thing; nor is yet the imposition, whatever it may be, of the name sufficient by itself for correctness; nor is nature, nor the first utterance of the voice, but that which is compounded of both, so that the peculiarity of every name is laid down according to its affinity with the nature of the thing; for assuredly, should what is accidental be imposed upon an accidental thing, it would not signify what is correct; as if, for instance, we should give to a man the name of a horse, since to speak is some one of actions, so that a person would not speak correctly by speaking in any manner soever, but if he should speak in such a way as things exist naturally. Now, since to give a name to a thing is a part of speaking, so is a name a part of speech, and to name a thing correctly or not would take place not according to any imposition whatsoever, but according to a natural affinity with the thing. Hence he would be the best name imposer who should mark out by the name the nature of the thing. For the name is an instrument of a thing, not such as occurs accidentally, but has a mutual relation by nature, and through it we teach each other the things, and we judge of them; so that the name is something with a teaching, and the instrument that judges of the existence of each thing, as the shuttle is of weaving. With regard to the dialectic art, this too will take place, to wit, to make use of names correctly. For as a man skilled in weaving would make use of a shuttle through knowing its work, after a workman had manufactured it, so the dialectician would, after the name imposer had imposed the name, make use of it in a proper and advantageous manner. For it is the part of an artificer to make a rudder, but of the steersman to make use of it properly. So too the name imposer himself would make a proper use of the imposition, if he were to make the imposition in the presence of the dialectician, who knows the nature of the things that are the subject of the names. And let so much be written down on the dialectical question. 7. On the contemplative kind, and its division. Now let us speak in order of the contemplative kind. Of this we have said that one portion is theological, another physical, and another mathematical; and that of the theological the end is the knowledge relating to the first causes, and to what is the most above, and to principles; but of the physical, to learn what is the nature of the universe, and what kind of animal is man, and what place he occupies in the world, and whether God has any forethought respecting the universe, and whether there are other gods under his orders, and what is the condition of man with respect to the gods. But of the mathematical, to consider the superficial and triply separated nature relating both to motion and an onward carrying on, and how it exists. Let then the contemplation of the mathematical portion be laid down summarily. Now this was received by Plato for the acuteness of thought, as sharpening the intellect, and as furnishing an accuracy towards the consideration of things existing. That too which relates to numbers, being a portion of the mathematical, introduces an affinity, not such as is accidental, to an upward approach to things existing, and it almost relieves us from the error and ignorance relating to things perceptible by a sense, and it cooperates towards the knowledge of existence, and becomes well constituted as regards war by means of the theory of tactics. So too that relating to geometry is the most fit for a knowledge of the good, at least when a person pursues geometry, not for any practical purpose, but makes use of it as something additional, so as to ascend to the ever existing being, and not to waste his time about what is generated and destroyed. Geometry is moreover very useful, for after its second increase there follows the contemplation according to it, which has a third increase. Useful likewise as a fourth subject for learning is astronomy, according to which we shall contemplate the onward movement of the stars in heaven, and of heaven, and the artificer of night and day, and of months and years, from whence, by some familiar road, we shall search out the artificer of the universe, while proceeding from these subjects of learning, as from some basis and elements, by degrees to higher matters. And of music too we shall have a care by bringing the hearing of it to our ears. For as the eyes are constituted with respect to astronomy, so is the hearing with respect to harmony; and as by turning our thoughts to astronomy we are led on the road from things seen to an existence unseen and perceptible by mind, so by listening to the voice of harmony we pass in like manner from things heard to those that are beheld by the mind itself. so that unless we pursue in this way these subjects of learning, our contemplation on these matters will be incomplete and unprofitable, and nothing worth. For it is meet to turn quickly from things to be seen and heard to those which it is possible to see by the reasoning faculty alone of the soul. For the looking into mathematical learning is a kind of prelude to the contemplation of things existing. For geometry and arithmetic, and the sciences that follow upon them, although desirous to lay hold of the being, yet are they in a dream respecting the being, and unable to see it, as a daydream, through being ignorant both of the principles of things and of what are formed from those principles. They happen, nevertheless, to be very useful according to what has been stated. From whence Plato said that such subjects of learning were not sciences at all. The dialectic art is then a progression that naturally ascends from geometrical hypotheses to the first principles of things and non-hypothetical, from whence he called the dialectic art a science. But the subjects of such learning, he said, were neither opinion, through their being more clear than things perceptible by a sense, nor a science, through their being more obscure than the primaries perceptible by mind. But of bodies, he says, there is an opinion; of the primaries, a science; but of such subjects of learning, a mental notion. He lays down, too, that faith and fancy are something, and that of these, faith is of things perceptible by a sense, but fancy of resemblances and kinds. Since then the dialectic art is the most powerful of the subjects of learning, inasmuch as it is conversant about things divine and stable, on this account it is ranked above the other subjects of learning, and is, as it were, the coping stone and guard. 8. Respecting the primary matter. After this, let us speak consecutively about principles and theological contemplations, commencing from on high, from the primaries, and descending from them, and looking into the creation of the world, and ending with the creation and nature of man. And let us speak first of matter. This, then, he calls a mould that receives every impression, and a nurse, and a mother, and a space, and a thing subjective and tangible, and without sensation, and to be apprehended by spurious reasoning, and that it possesses a peculiarity of such a kind that it receives all creations, and has the reputation of a nurse by nourishing them, and admits all forms, being itself without figure, and quality, and species, but moulded into such, and fashioned as if it were a mould, and put into a form by them, possessing no peculiar figure or quality; for there would not be anything properly prepared for various configurations and forms, unless it were itself without quality, and not partaking of these species which it must receive. For we see that those who prepare sweet‐smelling ointments from oil make use of the most sweet‐scented; and those who are desirous of fabricating figures from wax or clay smooth down those substances, and render them shapeless, in order that they may receive new shapes. It is fitting then for matter, which receives everything, if it is about to receive forms universally, to be subject to the possessing not one of their natures, but to be without quality, and without form, for the purpose of receiving forms; and being such, it would be neither a body, nor without a body, but a body in posse, as we understand of copper, that it is a statue in posse, because, after having received the form, it will become a statue. 9. Respecting ideas and the efficient cause. While matter retains the character of a principle, Plato admits still other principles likewise, both the pattern‐like, that is, relating to ideas, and that of God, the Father and the cause of all things. Now idea is, as regards God, a mental operation by him; as regards us, the first thing perceptible by mind; as regards matter, a standard; but as regards the world, perceptible by a sense, a pattern. but as considered with reference to itself and existence. For, universally, all that is generated according to a design ought to be generated for something. For if anything be produced from anything, as my own resemblance is from myself, there must be a pattern previously laid down; and whether the pattern be within or without, each of the artificers, having the pattern in himself on every side, and in every manner, invests its form with matter. Now, persons define idea as the eternal pattern of things existing according to nature. For it does not please the majority of Platonists to admit that there are ideas of works of art, such as of a shield or lyre, nor yet of things that are contrary to nature, such as of fever and cholera, nor of what exists according to a part, as of Socrates and Plato, nor of things of no value, such as of filth and rotten thatch, nor of that which exists with reference to something, as of a greater and superior. For ideas are the notions of God eternal and perfect in themselves. Now, that there are ideas, in this way too they exhort us. For whether the Deity be mind or something mental, it has thoughts, and these too both eternal, and not to be turned aside. And if this be so, there are ideas. For if matter is on its own account without a standard of measure, it must meet with a standard from something else, that is superior and without matter. Hence, if the antecedent is true, so is the consequent; and if this be so, ideas are certain standards of measures without matter. Moreover, if the world is not such as it is from chance, not only has it been produced out of something, but by something; and not only so, but for something likewise. Now, what could that, for which it has been produced, have been else than idea? So that thus there would have been ideas. Moreover, if mind differs from true opinion, what is perceived by mind differs also from what is held as an opinion; and if this be so, things perceived by the mind are different from those held as opinions, so that there will have been the primaries perceived by mind, and the primaries perceived by a sense; and if this be so, there are ideas. Now, mind does differ from a true opinion, so that there will have been ideas. End of section 9. Sections 10 through 26 of The Introduction of Alcinous to the Doctrines of Plato, by Alcinous, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. 10. How it is meet to delineate the Deity, and respecting his mental operation. We must now render an account, next in order, of the third principle which Plato considers to be almost impossible to be told. We may, however, be led to it after this manner. If things are perceptible by mind, and these too not perceptible by a sense, nor with a participation in the things perceptible by a sense, but belonging to some primaries perceptible by mind, there are simple primaries perceptible by mind, as there are primaries likewise perceptible by a sense. If then the antecedent is true, so is the consequent. Now, men, as being infected with the suffering from sensation, so that when they determine to think upon something perceptible by mind, they keep in their fancy that which is perceptible by a sense, so as to think at the same time of magnitude and form, and color, do frequently think not clearly upon things perceptible by mind; whereas the Gods, being freed from things perceptible by a sense, do think clearly, and without a mixture of fancies. Now, since mind is superior to the living principle, and as the mind, which is, according to its working, thinking upon all things simultaneously and forever, is superior to a mind in posse, and as the cause of that is better than this, and what exists is still above these, this would be the primary God, as being the cause of perpetually operating for the mind of the whole heaven. Now he is operating, although unmoved himself, for that mind, as the sun does for vision, when it looks for him, and as that which has the faculty of desire excites desire, itself being unmoved. At least in this way will this mind likewise excite the mind of the whole heaven. Now, since the primary mind is the most beautiful, there must needs be the most beautiful thing placed under it. But nothing is more beautiful than itself. It would, therefore, be thinking forever upon itself and its own cogitations, and this its mental energy is idea. Moreover, the primary God is eternal, ineffable, perfect in itself, that is, not wanting in anything, ever perfect, that is, forever perfect, all perfect, that is, perfect in every way, a divinity, holiness, truth, symmetry, good. And I say not this as if giving a definition, but as if one had in mind according to all. He is a good, because, being the cause of all good, he bestows kindness on all things according to his power, and a beautiful thing, because he is so by himself more than that by nature and symmetrical; and truth, because he is the beginning of all truth, as the sun is of all light; and he is the Father, by being the cause of all things, and by putting into order the heavenly mind and the soul of the world with reference to himself and his own cogitations. For, according to his own will, he has filled all things with himself, after having raised up the soul of the world, and turned it to himself, being the cause of that mind, which, being put into order by the Father, puts into order the whole of nature in this world. He is, moreover, ineffable, and to be comprehended by mind alone, as has been stated, since he is neither genus nor species, nor difference. Nor has there happened to him anything either evil, for it is not lawful to state this, or good, for he would be such according to the participation of something, especially goodness; nor difference, for this cannot be according to the notion of him; nor being with equality, for he has not been made a quality, nor perfected by quality; nor without quality, for he has not been deprived of any quality coming upon him; nor a part of anything; nor, as a whole, possessing any parts; nor so as to be anything the same or different; for nothing has happened to him according to which he is able to be separated from the rest of things; nor does he move, nor is he moved. Now, the first notion of him will be that which is according to the abstraction from all these things, as we have had a notion of a point according to an abstraction from what is perceptible by a sense, by thinking upon a superficies, then a line, and lastly a point. The second notion will be that which is according to analogy somehow in this way. For the analogy which the sun has to the seeing faculty and to things seen, without being himself vision, but enabling it to see and them to be seen, this analogy has the primary mind to the thinking faculty and to the things thought of; for, not being what the thinking faculty is, it enables it to think; and for things perceptible by mind to be thought of, by throwing around them the light of truth. But the third notion would be something of this kind. A person, after contemplating the beauty in bodies, will then proceed to the beauty of the soul, and afterwards to that which is in pursuits and laws, and then to the wide sea of the beautiful; after which he will think of the good itself, and the lovely and desirable, as it were a light that has appeared, and is shining out upon the thus ascending soul. In this way he thinks too upon God, on account of his excellence in a state of honor, and that he is without parts, through there being nothing prior to him; for a part, and that from which anything is composed, is prior to that of which it is a part; for the plane is prior to the bulk in a body, and the line is prior to a plane. By not having parts, then, he would be unmoved as regards space and change; for if he were changed, it would be either by himself or by another. Now, if it were by another, that other would be more powerful than he; but if by himself, he would be changed either for the worse or the better. Now, both of these suppositions are absurd; from all which it appears that he is without body, which may be shown from these proofs likewise. For if God were body, he would be material, and with a form, through every body being a dual substance composed of matter and of form united to it, which are assimilated to ideas, and partake of them in some kind of manner hard to be explained. Now it is absurd for God to be composed of matter and form; for he will not be simple, nor capable of being a beginning, so that the Deity would be a thing without body. And from another point, if he is body, he would be material, and would be either fire, or water, or earth, or air, or something produced from them. Now each of these at least is not capable of being a beginning; and he would be really produced posterior to matter, if he were material; which suppositions being absurd, we must understand him to be without body. For if he were body, he would be destroyed, and produced and changed; but each of these events is absurd in his case. XI. That qualities are incorporeal. Qualities, moreover, can be shown in this manner to be incorporeal. Every body is in a subjective state; but a quality is not in a subjective state, but accidental. Body is therefore not a quality. Every quality is in a subjective state; but no body is in a subjective state. Quality therefore is not body. Further, one quality is the opposite to another quality; but one body is not so to another body. And body differs, as far as it is body, in nothing from body; but it does differ in quality, and not by Zeus in bodies. Qualities are, therefore, not bodies. And it is most reasonable that as matter is devoid of quality, so quality should be devoid of matter; and if quality be immaterial, quality will be incorporeal. For if qualities were bodies, two and three bodies would be in the same place, a thing the most absurd. But if qualities are incorporeal, that which fabricates them would be incorporeal. Now there can be no other things that fabricate but incorporeals; for bodies are subject to suffering, and to flowing, and to being not always in the same state, and similar, and not permanent, and firmly fixed; and even in cases where they seem to be active in something, they are found to be previously passive in much. As then there is something clearly passive, so there must be something truly active. Now we should not find anything else to be this, but what is incorporeal. The discourse, then, respecting the principles of things would be of some such kind as this, when called theological. Let us then proceed next in order to what is called physical, beginning from some point here. XII. On the causes of the world, and further on its generation, elements, and arrangement. Since of the things which are perceptible by a sense, according to nature and individually, there must be some patterns defined, namely, ideas, from which sciences and definitions are produced; for besides all men, a certain man is thought of, and besides all horses, a certain horse; and generally, besides living beings, a living being not generated and indestructible; in the same manner as from one seal there are many impressions, and of one man 10,000 likenesses upon 10,000, the idea itself being originally the cause of each being such as it is itself. It is a thing of necessity that the world should have been fabricated by the Deity, as the most beautiful composition, while he was looking to some idea of a world, as being the pattern of this world, made, as it were, after the resemblance of that idea, according to which it was, after being assimilated, worked out, while the Deity came by a most wonderful forethought and mode of life to fabricate the world, because he was good. He fabricated it, therefore, from the whole of matter, which moved about in no order and superfluously, previous to the generation of heaven; and, taking it away from its disordered state, he led it to the best order, and he adorned its parts with becoming numbers and forms, so as to discriminate how fire and earth exist at present with reference to air and water, things that exhibited previously merely footmarks, and were the receptacle of the powers of the elements, and were without reason, and without measure, shaking matter, and were shaken by it. For from each of the four elements as a whole he generated the world, and from all, fire, and earth, and water, and air, leaving out neither any part or power, through having reflected, in the first place, that it was requisite to be a body, and a production, and altogether tangible and visible, since without fire and without earth it was not possible for anything to be either visible or tangible. According, then, to a fair reason he formed it of earth and fire. But since it was requisite for some chain to be in the midst of both of these, and since the divine chain is that of proportion, which has by nature the power to make itself and what are united with it one, and since the world was not a plane, for one middle power would have been sufficient, but spherical, and required two middle powers for the fitting together; on this account, in the midst of fire and of earth, both air and water were arranged according to the manner of a proportion, so that as fire is to air, so air should be to water, and this last to earth, and conversely; and by nothing being left from without, he made the world his only begotten, and assimilated it, according to number, to the idea that 'twas one (omicron). He made it, moreover, without disease, and without old age, inasmuch as nothing could come to it naturally able to corrupt it, and self‐sufficient, and in need of nothing from without; and he put round it a spherical form, the most regular kind of figure, and the most capacious, and the most easy to be moved. But since it requires neither vision nor hearing, nor anything else of that kind, he did not attach to it organs of such a kind for ministering to the senses; and after taking away the other kinds of motion, he gave it only the circularly progressive, which has an affinity with that of mind and thought. XIII. Respecting the configuration of the world, and that each of its forms is analogous to the world, and its elements. As the things of which the world consists are two, namely, body and soul, of which the former is visible and tangible, but the latter invisible and intangible, the power and constitution of each happens to be different. For its body is generated from fire, and earth, and water, and air. These four substances did the fabricator of the world take together, while they were not, by Zeus, preserving the order of the elements; and he gave to them the form of a pyramid, and a cube, and an octahedron, and icosahedron, but above all a dodecahedron. And as far as matter assumed the form of a pyramid, it became fire, that form being the most piercing, and made up of the fewest triangles, and in this manner the most attenuated; but as far as it assumed the form of an octahedron, it took the quality of air; and as far as that of an icosahedron, it had the quality of water; and the form of a cube he assigned to earth, as being the most solid and stable. but he made use of the form of the dodecahedron for the universe. But more than all these was the plane of the nature of a principle, for planes are prior to solids. And of the nature of a plane there are, as it were, some two progenitors, the most beautiful in the form of right‐angled triangles, one the scalene, the other the isosceles; the scalene having one angle, a right angle, and another two thirds of a right angle, and the remainder the third of a right angle. Now the former, I mean the scalene triangle, is the element of the pyramid, and octahedron, and icosahedron; the pyramid consisting of four equilateral triangles, each of which is divided into six scalene triangles, as described already; but the octahedron in like manner of eight, each of which is divided into six scalene; and the icosahedron in like manner of 20. But the other, I mean the isosceles, becomes the constituent form of the cube; for when four isosceles triangles come together, they make a square, from six squares of which kind is formed a cube. But for the universe the Deity made use of the dodecahedron; wherefore there are seen in heaven the forms of 12 animals in the circle of the zodiac, and each of them is divided into 30 parts; and nearly so in the case of the dodecahedron, which consists of 12 pentagons, each divided into 5 triangles, so that as each consists of 6 triangles, there are found in the whole dodecahedron 360 triangles, being as many as there are parts in the zodiac. Matter, then, being fashioned into these forms by the Deity, was moved at first with indistinct footsteps, and without order, but was subsequently reduced into order by the Deity, while all things were fitted together according to a proportion with each other. These things, however, when separated, do not remain at rest, but have a ceaseless shaking, and communicate it to matter; wherefore, being bound to the circumference of the world, they are driven on with it; and, while so driven on, they are carried against each other, the thinner particles into the places of the grosser; and by this means there is left no vacuum destitute of some body; and as this inequality continues, it gives rise to a shaking; for by these particles matter is shaken, and they by it. 14. Respecting the soul of the world, and the spheres, and the stars. Bodies, then, has Plato introduced for the instruction of the soul, touching the powers that are exhibited in it. For since we judge of each of things existing by the soul, he has fairly placed in it the principles of all existing things, in order that, while contemplating each of the things that fall under it, according to their affinity and proximity, we should represent to ourselves its being in harmony with its acts. By saying, then, that there is a certain existence perceptible by the mind, which is indivisible, he has represented to himself another existence likewise relating to bodies, which is divisible, by showing that he is able to lay hold by intellect of each of these existences, and by seeing that, as regards things perceptible by mind, there is an identity and a difference, and so too, as regards things perceptible by a sense, from all these he has made the soul a contribution. For either the like is known by the like, which is the favorite doctrine of the Pythagorean, or the unlike by the unlike, which is that of Heraclitus, the physical philosopher. But when Plato says that the world has been generated, we must not understand him as if there were once a time when the world was not, but because it is ever in generation, and shows forth something as a cause more ancient than its own constitution. And even the Deity does not make the soul ever existing of the world, but puts it in order. And in this way he might be said to make it, by arousing up as if from a drowsiness or heavy sleep, and turning to himself both its mind and itself, so that, by looking to what is perceptible by his mind, it may, while eagerly seeking his notions, assume species and forms. It is plain, then, that the world is a thing of life and intellectual; for the Deity, being desirous of making it the best work, made it, consequently, both with life and intellect. For that which is with life is, taken as a whole, a completed work superior to that which, taken as a whole, is without life; and the intellectual than the non intellectual, although perhaps by the mind not being able to subsist without a thing of life, but by the life being extended from the centre to the extremities, it has happened that it surrounds the body of the world in a circle, and entirely conceals it, so that it stretches along the whole of the world, and in this manner binds and keeps it together; and that the particles without have a power over those within. For that which is without remains uncut, but that which is within is cut into seven circles, divided from the commencement into double and triple intervals. Now that which is comprehended by the portion of the sphere remaining uncut is very like to the same, but the cut like to the different. For the movement of the heaven, which embraces all things, is not wandering, as being one and in order; but that which is within is various and changed by risings and settings, and hence it is called wandering. But that which is without is carried along to the right, by being moved from east to west; but that which is within, conversely to the left, from west to east, meeting the world. The Deity made, moreover, the constellations and stars, and of these some not wandering, the ornament of heaven and of night, being very many in number; and the planets, being seven, for the generation of number and time, and the exhibition of things existing. For an interval in the movement of the world has produced time, the image, as it were, of eternity, which is a measure of the staying of the eternal world; but the non wandering stars are not similar in power. The sun is the leader of all, showing and illuminating all things; but the moon is seen in the second rank on account of her power, and the other planets proportionally, each according to its own share. Now the moon makes the measure of a month after it has completely gone through its own revolution, and overtaken the sun in such a time, but the sun in that of a year. For after it has gone round the circle of the zodiac, it completes the seasons of the year; while the rest make use singly of their own periodical revolutions, which are beheld, not by ordinary persons, but by the properly instructed. Now, from all these revolutions the perfect number and time is completed, when all the planets, after arriving at the same point, obtain such an arrangement that a straight line, being conceived to be let fall from the non wandering sphere to the earth in the manner of a perpendicular, the centres of all are seen upon that line. There being then seven spheres, in the wandering sphere the Deity made seven visible bodies out of a substance, for the most part fire like, and fitted them to the spheres, formed out of the circle of the different and the wandering; and he placed the moon in the first circle after the earth, and the sun he arranged for the second circle, and Lucifer and the so called sacred star of Hermes into the circle which moves with a velocity equal to the sun, but at a distance from it, and above the rest, each in its own sphere; the slowest of them lying under the sphere of the non wandering, which some call by the name of the star of Saturn; and that which is the next after it in slowness, by the name of Jupiter, under which is that of Mars. But in the eighth the power which is above is thrown around them all; and all these are living intellectual beings, and Gods, and of a spherical form. XV. On Daimons and the Elements, with which they are combined. There are other daimons likewise which a person might call created Gods, according to each of the elements; some are visible, others invisible, in ether, hot air, and fire; and in air, cold air, and water, so that no part of the world is without a share of life, nor of a living being superior to the nature of man. To these are committed all under the moon and upon the earth, for the Deity is himself the maker of the universe, and of the Gods and daemons. Now the universe will not have, according to his will, a dissolution; but the rest, his children, lead according to his command, and doing what they do in imitation of him, and from whom are rumors, and voices from heaven, and dreams, and oracles, and whatever is made an art of by mortals in the way of prophecy. Now the earth lies in the midst of the whole, circles, and is twisted round the pole, which is stretched through all, the guardian of day and night, and is the oldest of the Gods in heaven, and, after the soul of the world, furnishing us abundant food, about whom the world revolves, she being herself a star, but who, through her being a thing equally balanced, remains lying in the middle, and similar to those surrounding her. But the ether is separated towards the most outward parts, and to the sphere of the non‐wandering, and to that of the wandering, and after those spheres is that of the air, and in the middle is the earth, with its own moisture. 16. About the Gods, who are offsprings, and that the Deity enjoined upon them the making of man. When all had been put into order by him, he left three remaining kinds of living beings: the winged, the aquatic, and the foot‐walking. These the Deity enjoined upon his offsprings to make, in order that the things moulded by him might not be immortal. They then, after they had borrowed from the primary matter certain portions for definite periods, as if they were to be paid back again, fabricated mortal things of life. But when there was respecting the race of man, as being the nearest related to Gods, again a care, both to the Father of all, and to the Gods, his offspring, the artificer of the universe sent down upon earth the souls of this race, equal in number to the stars; and, after he had placed each soul in a star, as in a vehicle connected with it, he did, in order that he might be without blame, lay down laws, fixed by fate, after the manner of a lawgiver, that from the body should arise mortal affections, first sensations, then pleasure and pain, and fear and anger, and that the souls, which obtained a mastery over these feelings, and were not controlled by them, should live justly, and arrive at the star connected with them, while they, who were overcome by their own injustice, should come in their second birth to the life of a woman, and if they did not cease then, at last to the nature of wild beasts, and that the end of their labor should be to overcome what had grown upon them, and to return to their proper state. 17. Respecting the body, and the members of man, and the powers of his soul. The Gods then, in a leading manner, moulded man from earth and fire, and air and water, after borrowing certain portions with the view of repaying them; and, after putting them together with invisible bolts, they worked out some one body, and bound the master portion of the soul, sent down to the head, after placing as a substratum the brain in the manner of a ploughed field; and they put around the face the organs of the senses, to fulfill their fitting office; and they formed the marrow out of the smooth and straight triangles, of which the elements were composed, for it to be the generation of semen; but the bone from earth and marrow wetted, and frequently dipped in water and fire; and the nerves from bone and flesh; but the flesh itself was created out of a saline and acrid substance, like something fermented; and they placed around the marrow bone, and around the bones nerves; and through the means of the nerves were produced the bendings and bindings of the joints, and coverings for them by means of the flesh applied over them, here white, and there tawny, for the great utility itself of the body. From these were the internal viscera likewise put into folds. Both the belly and the entrails rolled around it, and higher up from the mouth came the arteries, and the opening of the larynx, one of which goes to the stomach, and the other to the lungs. The food, too, is arranged along the gut, comminuted and macerated by the breath and heat, and thus passes on to the whole body according to its peculiar changes, while the two veins that proceed along the spine from opposite sides enfold the head and meet each other, and divide themselves hither and thither into many parts. The Gods, then, having made man and bound to his body the soul to be its mistress, located that which rules according to reason about the head, where is the commencement of the marrow, and nerves, and mental aberrations, according as they are affected, while the senses likewise lie around the head, as if they were the leading power of spear‐bearing guards. In this spot is also that which reasons and contemplates and judges. But that portion of the soul which is affected by circumstances they placed lower down, namely the irascible about the heart, and the concupiscible about the lower belly, and the parts about the navel, of which mention will be made hereafter. 18. On the sense of sight, and on light, and the formation of images in mirrors. After placing in the face the light‐enduring eyes, they enclosed in them the light‐like portion of fire, which, being smooth and dense, they conceived to be the brother of the light of day. Now this runs through the whole of the eye, and especially the middle of it, in the most easy manner, as being the most pure and clear, and having a sympathy with the light without, as like has with like. It furnishes the sense of sight. Hence, when light has departed at night, or become obscured, that which flows from us adheres no longer to the air that is near, but, being kept within, it smooths down and disperses the emotions within us, and becomes the bringer on of sleep, by which the eyelids are closed. And when there is a great quietness, slumbers fall upon us, with short dreams. But when some emotions are still left, frequent phantoms are produced around us, and in this way are formed visions that become, according to a direct road, some day dreams, and some night dreams; and after these, the image‐makings existing in mirrors, and other things that are transparent and smooth, are perfected, not otherwise than by refraction, according as the mirrors have a convexity, concavity, or length. For the appearances will be different through the lights being reflected to different parts, and slipping off from the convexity, but coming together to the convexity. For thus, in some cases, the left and the right are seen on opposite quarters; in others, according to equality; and in others, what is at the bottom is changed to what is at the top, and contrariwise. 19. Of the other senses, and for what purposes they are created. Hearing has been created for distinguishing sound. It commences from a movement about the head, and ends at the seat of the liver; and sound is that which passes through the ears, and brain, and blood in succession, until the soul is struck. An acute sound is that which is moved quickly, a grave slowly; a great one is what is moved with much force; a small one that which is moved with little force. Following upon these, there has been put together the power of the nostrils for the perception of smells. Now smell is an affection descending from the veins in the nostrils to the places about the navel; but it does not happen that the kinds of it have received a name, except two, the most belonging to a genus, namely, the sweet‐smelling and the bad‐smelling, which have the appellation of painful and pleasant. But it does happen that all smell is denser than air, and thinner than water, and properly the things in which the genus of smell is reasonably said that have not obtained a perfect change, but have a participation in air and water; and these are according to smoke and fog, for through these, changing into each other, the sense of smelling is completed. And taste too have the Gods made the judge of juices, the most varied, by extending to the heart the veins from it, that are to be the provers and judges of the juices; for these, when brought together and separated, according as the juices fall upon them, define the change in them. Now there are 7 varieties in juices: sweet, vinegar like, rough, salt like, sour, bitter. And of these it happens that the sweet is of an opposite nature to all the rest, diffusing familiarly its moisture about the tongue; but those that stir about and tear its skin are acrid; those that inflame and run upwards are pungent; those that have a detersive power so great as to cause it to waste are sour; those that are quietly cleansing and detersive are salt like; but of those that contract the pores and unite their parts, the more rough are harsh, while those that produce a less effect are bitter. But the power of the touch has been prepared by the Gods to lay hold of things warm and cold, and soft and hard, and light and heavy, and smooth and rough, so as to judge of the differences in them; and we call things that receive a touch yielding, but those that do not yield resisting. Now this happens according to the bases of the bodies themselves; for those that have a larger base are stable and fixed to their seat, but those that stand upon a small one are yielding easily, and are soft, and change their place easily. Now that which is rough would be with an unequal surface combined with hardness; but that which is smooth would be what is with an equal surface combined with thickness. Moreover, as the properties of cold and heat are the most opposite, they are combined from opposite causes. For that which by the sharpness and roughness of its particles cuts through a thing produces the property of heat; but the thicker particles produce cold; while by their ingress they drive out the lesser, and compel the small ones to enter on the other hand into their vacant place. For a shaking and trembling takes place then, and upon this occurring the property of cold arises in bodies. XX. On the heavy and light. It is by no means proper to define the heavy and light by the up and down; for there is neither the up nor the down. For since the whole of heaven is like a sphere, and formed accurately even on its outward surface, some persons do not justly call one part up and another down. For that is heavy which is drawn with difficulty to a place contrary to nature; but that which is drawn easily is light; and still further, heavy is that which is composed of rather many particles, light of very few. XXI. On respiration. We respire in this manner. There is around us from without a great quantity of air. Now this passes to within through the mouth and nostrils, and the rest of the pores of the body, seen only by reason; and after being warmed, it proceeds with haste to what is cognate in the external portions, and according to the road by which it goes out, it drives back again the air to the parts within; and in this manner unceasingly, the circle being completed, are inspiration and expiration produced. XXII. Respecting the causes of diseases. The causes of diseases, Plato says, are many. In the first place, the deficiency or the excess in the elements, and their change into other places not their own. Secondly, the inverse generation of homogeneous substances, as if from flesh were produced blood, or bile, or phlegm; for all these things are nothing else than a wasting away. For phlegm is the wasting away of flesh; but sweat and a tear are, as it were, the serous portions of phlegm. Now phlegm, when left without, produces leprosy and scurvy; but when it is within, and mingled with black bile, it induces what is called the holy disease. Now the phlegm that is acrid and salt-like is the cause of the affections that exist with a cold, and all the parts that are in a state of inflammation from bile suffer this. For bile and phlegm work out very many and very various sufferings. The continued fever is produced from fire being in excess, the quotidian from the excess of water being so, the tertian from that of air, and the quartan from that of earth. Let us speak next in order of the soul, taking up the discourse from some point here, even though we shall appear to repeat some things. 23. On the three principal powers of the soul. The gods, who formed the race of mortals, after they had received, as we have shown, the soul of man that is immortal, added to it two mortal portions. But that the divine and immortal portion of it might not be infected by the trifles of mortals, they placed over the body, as if they were appointing a ruler and a king over a citadel, and assigning to him a residence, the head, which possesses a form imitating that of the universe, and they placed under it the rest of the body to minister to it, and attached that portion to it, as it were a vehicle, while they assigned to its mortal parts a dwelling place, one to one part, and another to another. For they placed that which feels anger in the heart, but that which is affected by desire in the intermediate place between the boundary on the side of the navel and that of the diaphragm, after binding it down as if it were a mad and wild beast. But the lungs they planned, for the sake of the heart, to be soft and without blood, and with cavities and sponge-like, in order that the heart, while leaping, according as anger was boiling, might have a softening down; but the liver, for exciting the feeling of desire in the soul, and for rendering it gentle, by having a sweetness and bitterness; and, moreover, for making manifest the prophetic power in dreams; for there is shown in it the power carried on from the mind through what is smooth, and thick, and brilliant; but the spleen for the sake of the liver, in order that the former may cleanse the latter, and render it brilliant, and at least receive to the same the differences generated by certain diseases around the liver. 24. On the division of the parts of the soul. That the soul is tripartite according to its powers, and that its parts are distributed to their own place according to reason, we may learn from hence. In the first place, the things separated by nature are different. Now that which has the property of suffering is naturally separated from that which has the property of reasoning, since the latter is conversant about things perceived by the mind, but the former about things painful and pleasant; and still further, what has the property of suffering being about things with life. Secondly, since the part that has the property of suffering, and that which has the property of reasoning, are different by nature, it is meet for them to be in separate places, for they are found to be at war with each other. Now nothing is able to be at war with itself, nor can the things opposed to each other stand together at the same time about the same object. At least, in the case of Medea, anger is seen to be at war with reason, for she says, "I know how great the ills I'm about to do, but rage has a power greater than my counsels." And in the case of Laius, when carrying off Chrysippus, desire is at war with reason, for he says, "Alas! this thing from God to man's an ill, when what is good one knows, but uses not." Still further is it presented to the mind that the property of suffering is different from that of reasoning, from the care of the property of reasoning being one thing, but that of suffering another; for the former is effected by the discipline of teaching, the latter by the practice of morality. 25. That the soul is immortal. That the soul is immortal, Plato proves by proceeding in this manner. The soul brings life to whatsoever she is attached, as being a thing born with herself. Now that which brings life to anything is itself non-recipient of death, and a thing of this kind is immortal. If then the soul is immortal, it would be indestructible likewise. For it is an incorporeal existence, and not to be changed in its substance, and perceptible by mind, and invisible, and of one form, and therefore not to be put together, not to be dissolved, not to be scattered about. But the body is altogether the contrary. It is perceptible by sense, visible, to be scattered about, to be put together, of many forms. The soul, too, being by means of the body close upon what is perceived by a sense, becomes giddy, and is troubled, and, as it were, drunk; but being close upon what is perceived by mind, she becomes itself of itself composed and tranquil; nor is she like to that by which, when she is close to it, she is troubled, so that she is rather like to what is perceived by mind. Now, what is perceived by mind is naturally not to be scattered about, and indestructible. Moreover, the soul naturally takes the lead. Now that which naturally takes the lead is like to what is divine, so that the soul, by being like to what is divine, would be indestructible and incorruptible. Again, the contraries that have no middle term, and exist not according to themselves, but by some accident, are constituted by nature to be produced from each other. For instance, that which men call life is the contrary to death. As then death is the separation of the soul from the body, so likewise is life the meeting of the soul which existed, it is plain, previously with the body. If then the soul will be after death, and was before it fell in with the body, it is reasonable to believe that it is eternal, for it is not possible to conceive what will destroy it. Moreover, if learning is but recollection, the soul would be immortal. Now, that learning is but recollection, we may be led to believe in this manner. For learning could not be based otherwise than on the recollection of what has been known of old. For if we have an idea of universals, from things taken in parts, how shall we find a way through things that are infinite, as regards their parts? Or how from a few? For we should have been deceived by a falsehood. As, say, for example, by having decided that what makes use of respiration is alone a living being; or how would thoughts have the property of a principle? By an act of recollection, then, we have an idea from small cogitations, that secretly fall from some things taken in parts, while we are remembering what was known of old, but of which we met with the oblivion when we were invested with a body. Further, the soul is not corrupted by its own wickedness, neither will it be corrupted by that of another person, nor by anything else at all; and being in this state, it would be a thing incorruptible. Moreover, that which is self‐moved is ever moved in the manner of a principle. Now a thing of this kind is immortal. The soul, too, is self‐moved. Now the self‐moved is the principle of all motion and generation. But a principle is not generated, and is not to be destroyed, so that the soul of the universe would be such, and that of man likewise, since both have a share in the same mixture. Now he says that the soul is self‐moved because it possesses a life born with it, and ever in action by itself. That rational souls, then, are immortal, a person might, according to this man, firmly assert. But whether the irrational are so likewise is a doubtful point. For it is probable that irrational souls, driven about by a mere fantasy, and making no use of either reasoning or judgment, or contemplation, and their combination, or intellectual apprehension, but being altogether without thought, belong neither to a nature perceptible by mind, nor to an existence the same as the rational, and are mortal and corruptible. And it follows upon the reasoning that souls are immortal, that they are introduced into bodies by their being innate in the natures that form the fetus, and by passing into many bodies, both human and not human. They ever remain the same in number, either by the will of the gods, or through incontinence, or a love for the body; for body and soul possess somehow an affinity with each other, like fire and brimstone. The soul of the gods, too, possesses the judging faculty, which may be called gnostic, and the impelling, which a person would name the peristatic, and the appropriating, which powers existing in human souls likewise, after being invested with body, receive, as it were, a change, the appropriating into the feeling of desire, and the impelling into that of anger. XXVI. On Fate and Self‐Power. On the question of fate, something of this kind is the doctrine of this man. All things, he says, are in fate, but all things are not however fated. For fate, while holding the rank of a law, does not, as it were, say that one person shall do this, and another suffer that; for it would proceed to infinity, since the things produced are infinite, and infinite too the accidents round them. Moreover, that which is in our power would depart, and praise too, and blame, and everything else that borders on them. But it says that if a soul selects a life of this kind, and does some such acts, some such things will follow it. The soul then is without a master, and it rests with itself to do or not an act, nor is it forced to do this or that. But that which follows upon the doing will be accomplished according to fate. For instance, should a Paris carry off a Helen, it being in his power to do so, there will follow that the Greeks will make war upon the Trojans for the sake of Helen. So too did Apollo foretell to Laius, "If thou child gettest, thee that child shall kill." Now in the oracle is comprehended both Laius and his child getting, but the consequence is fixed by fate. Now the nature of a possibility falls somehow in the middle between the true and the false; but that which rests on ourselves is borne as it were on a vehicle upon that possibility, which is naturally indefinite. Now that which happens with our own choice will be either true or false, but it differs from what is in possibility, that is to say, what exists according to a habit and an active operation. For that which is in possibility indicates a certain fitness, as regards some things which have not as yet the habit; as, for example, a boy will be said to be in possibility a grammarian, or a flute player, or a carpenter; but he will be such in the habit of some one or two of these trades, when he shall have learned them, or possessed some of these habits; but as regards active operation, when he operates from the habits which he possesses. But possibility is neither of these; while that which rests on ourselves, being indefinite, receives, according to the balance, either way, the truth or not. End of Section 26. Sections 27 through 34 of The Introduction of Alcinous to the Doctrines of Plato, by Alcinous, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. 27. On the good, and on what is the most to be honored in the things of the good, and on virtues. We must next speak in order and summarily of what has been said by the man on points of morality. The good to be most honored, and the greatest, he conceived it was not easy to discover, nor safe for those who discovered it to expose before all. To a very few, then, of his well known friends, and those previously tried did he give a share of his lectures on the good. If any one, however, takes up his writings carefully, he will say that he has laid down our good in the knowledge and contemplation of the primary good, which a person would call God, and the primary mind. For all the things that in any way are held by man to be good, he conceived to have obtained that appellation from their participating somehow in the primary and most honored good, in the manner that things sweet and hot obtain their appellations according to their participation in their primaries. But of the things that are with us, only mind and reason reached to a similitude with the very good. Hence our good is a thing honorable, and venerable, and divine, and lovely, and symmetrical, and called somehow happiness. But of the things that are said by the many to be good, such as health, and beauty, and strength, and wealth, and what are near to these, there is not one altogether a good, unless it meets with the use of it arising from virtue. For when these are separated, they hold merely the rank of matter, existing as an evil to those who use them evilly. And sometimes he has called even mortal things good. And happiness he conceived to exist not in human things, but in divine and blessed. From whence he said that the souls of philosophers in reality were filled with things great and wonderful, and that after the dissolution of the body they became hearthfellows with the gods, and go round with them while surveying the level plain of truth, since even during the period of life they had a desire for his knowledge, and honored his pursuit above all, by which, after they are purified and revivified, as it were, some eye of the soul, that, having been previously lost and blinded, is better to be saved than 10,000 eyes, becomes able to reach the nature of all that is rational. But, on the other hand, men without minds are likened to those who live under the earth, and who have never seen the brilliant light of the sun, but look upon some dim shadows of the substances that are with us, and conceive that they are clearly laying hold of what really exist. For as these, when they meet with a return from darkness, and arrive at a clear light, reasonably condemn what appeared then, and themselves likewise for having been greatly deceived before, so they, who pass from the darkness in which they have lived to things that are truly divine and beautiful, will despise what was previously viewed by them with wonder, and they will have a more violent desire for the contemplation of the last mentioned. And for them it is all in harmony to say that the honorable is the only good, and that virtue is self‐sufficient for happiness. But why the good consists in the knowledge of the First Being, and is honorable, has been made manifest through the whole of his compositions. But in what relates to the good by participation, he explains somehow in this manner in the first book of the Laws. Good things are twofold, some relating to man, others to the gods, and so on. Now, if there is anything separated from virtue, it is without a share in the existence of the first, and yet this is called by the senseless a good, and to him who has this, Plato says in the Euthydemus, there is a greater evil, and that he considered virtues to be chosen for their own sakes, we must take as a thing that follows, through his considering what is honorable as the only good. Now, this very thing is shown in very many dialogues, and especially in the whole of the Republic. For he thinks that the person who possesses the before mentioned knowledge is the most fortunate and most happy, not on account of the honors which, by being such, he will receive, nor on account of other rewards, but that even if he lives in obscurity amongst all men, and there happen to him what are said to be evils, such as disfranchisement and exile and death, he will nevertheless be happy. But on the other hand, that he who possesses, with the exception of this knowledge, everything considered a good, such as wealth, and great kingly power, and health, and strength, and beauty of body, will not be at all more happy. To all which he placed as an end, that was to follow a similarity to God as far as is possible. Now he takes this in hand in various ways. At one time he says, as in the Theaetetus, that to be prudent, and just, and holy is a similarity with God, and hence it is meet to endeavor to fly as quickly as possible thither from hence; for that flight is a similarity to God as far as is possible, and that it is a similarity likewise to become just and holy with prudence. At another time he says, as in the last book of the Republic, that to be just alone is so; for never is that person at least neglected by the Gods who shall be willing to be ready to become just, and, by making virtue his pursuit, to be assimilated to God as far as it is possible for a man to be. But in the Phaedo he says that to be prudent and just is to have a similarity with a God, in these words: "Are not," says he, "those the most fortunate and blessed, and proceeding to the best place, who make the virtue relating to the people and the state their pursuit, which persons call temperance and justice?" At another time he says that the end of life is assimilated with God; and another it is to follow God, as when he states, "Now God, as the old saw says, contains the beginning and end," and so on. At another time both, as when he says, "But the soul that follows God, and is likened to him," and so on. For the beginning of utility is the good, and this is said to be from God. The end, therefore, would follow upon the beginning, or on the being assimilated to God; that God, to wit, who is in heaven, or by Zeus above heaven, and who does not possess virtue, but is better than it. From whence one would correctly say that misery is the evil doing of a presiding genius, but happiness the good doing; and that we shall arrive at the being assimilated to God by making use of a fitting nature, and morals, and of conduct according to law, and perception according to nature, and, what is the chief of all, of reason and instruction, and the handing down of contemplation, so that we may for the most part stand aside from human affairs, and be ever busied in those perceived by mind. Now the previous sacrifice to, and previous cleansing for, the Deity within us, if we are about to be initiated into the greater subjects of learning, would be through music, and arithmetic, and astronomy, and geometry, while we are taking care at the same time of the body by means of the gymnastic art, which puts bodies into a state well prepared for war and peace. XXVIII. What is virtue, and how virtues are divided by Plato? While virtue is a thing divine, it is itself a constitution of the soul, perfect and the best, by causing a man to be with a good habit, and firm and consistent in speaking and acting, as regards both himself and others. But of its forms, some are under reason, some are not. For as the irascible, the rational, and the concupiscible are different, so different too would be the complete state of each. Now the perfection of the rational part is prudence, of the irascible fortitude, but of the concupiscible temperance. Now prudence is a knowledge of things good and bad, and of what are neither the one nor the other. But temperance is a well ordering of the soul relating to desires and longings, and their obedience to the leading power. But when we say that temperance is a well ordering and obedience, we suggest something of this kind: that there is a power according to which the longings are in a well regulated and obedient state, as regards that which is naturally the master, namely, the rational power. But fortitude is a power preservative of a lawful dogma, dreadful or not dreadful; that is, a power preservative of a lawful dogma. But justice is a certain agreement on the part of these with each other, being a certain power according to which the three parts of the soul agree and harmonize with each other, and each performs its own office according to its worthiness, that there may be a completion of three combined virtues: prudence, fortitude, and temperance; while reason is the ruler, and the rest of the parts of the soul are kept down according to their own peculiarities by reason, and by their being obedient to its reign; from whence we must conceive that these virtues follow each other in turn. For as fortitude is preservative of a lawful dogma, so it is of right reason; for a lawful dogma is a kind of right reason. But right reason comes from prudence. Moreover, prudence stands as an ally with fortitude, for it is the knowledge of good things. Now, no one is able to see what is good, while it is rendered obscure by cowardice and the feelings that follow upon cowardice; and nearly in the same manner a person is unable to act with prudence in union with intemperance, or generally through being subdued by any feeling. And if he does anything contrary to right reason, Plato says that he suffers thus through ignorance and folly; so that he would not be able to possess prudence while he is intemperate and a coward. The perfect virtues, therefore, are thus inseparable from each other. XXIX. On Virtues and Vices, and further how each of them are distinguished. In another way likewise there are what are called virtues, such as good natural qualities, and a progress towards them, that have an appellation similar to their perfections through a similarity with them. Thus, for instance, we call certain soldiers brave, and sometimes we say that certain persons are brave, although they are thoughtless, while we are taking into account virtues that are not perfect. Now, the perfect virtues have neither an extension nor remission. Vices, however, admit both of extension and remission; for one person is more thoughtless and more unjust than another. And yet vices do not follow each other; for some are opposites, which cannot exist around the same person. For such is the state of boldness as compared with cowardice, and extravagance with a love of money, since it is really impossible for a man to exist who is laid hold of by every kind of vice; for neither can the body possess in itself all the evils of the body. We must therefore admit a certain intermediate state, neither bad nor good. For all men are not either entirely good or bad, since such are those who are making a progress to a sufficient good. For it is not easy to pass immediately from vice to virtue, since there is a great interval between extremes from each other, and an opposition. And we must consider that some virtues lead and others follow, and that the leaders are those which are in the portion influenced by reason, from whom the rest obtain their perfection; but the followers are those in the portion affected by suffering, for these work out what is right, not according to the reason that is in them, for they have it not, but according to that which is bestowed upon them by prudence, and generated by custom and practice. And since neither sciences nor arts exist in any other part of the body except the rational alone, the virtues connected with that which is affected by suffering are not to be taught, because there are neither arts nor sciences, for they do not possess a peculiar contemplation. Prudence, however, as being a science, imparts to each subordinate virtue its own peculiarity, just as the pilot gives to the sailors certain orders not contemplated by them, and they obey him; and the same reasoning applies to a soldier and a general. Since, then, vices admit of extension and remission, the sins arising from them would be not equal, but some greater and others less; and consequently some are punished more and others less by lawgivers. But though virtues are extremes, through their being perfect and similar to what is straight, they would be in another way means, through their being seen about all or the most of them two vices, one on each side, in excess and deficiency; as, in the case of liberality, there is on one side parsimony, on the other extravagance. For in such circumstances there is a want of moderation, according as what is becoming is either in excess or deficiency. For neither would a person be apathetic, who, when his parents are assaulted, is not angry; nor would he be moderately affected, who is angry at everything, even of a common kind, but quite the contrary. Again, in like manner, he who is not pained when his parents die is apathetic; while he who is affected excessively, so as to waste away by grief, is immoderately affected; but he who suffers this pain in moderation is moderately affected. Moreover, he who dreads everything and beyond moderation is a coward; but he who fears nothing is bold; while he who is moderate in things of fear and boldness is brave. And the same reasoning applies to other cases. Since, then, moderation in all affections is the best, and nothing else is moderate but what is a mean between excess and deficiency, on this account virtues are of this kind, through a mediocrity, because they cause us to be in a medium state in affections. XXX. How virtue is a voluntary thing, but vice an involuntary one. Since there is, if anything else, what is in our power and without a master, virtue is likewise a thing of this kind. For what is honorable would not be an object of praise if it were from nature or a divine lot. Virtue, therefore, will be likewise a voluntary thing, existing according to some impulse, fiery, and noble, and permanent. From virtue, then, being voluntary, it follows that vice is involuntary. For who would willingly choose to have in the best part of himself, and in the most worthy of honor, the greatest of ills? But if any one rushes on to vice, in the first place he will rush on, not as to vice itself, but as to a good thing. And if a person improperly stretches himself onward altogether to viciousness, such a person has been deceived, as having been about to reap a greater good at a distance from home by means of some lesser ill, and in this way he will arrive at it unwillingly. For it is impossible that a person should wish to rush on to what are ills in themselves, with neither the hope of some good, nor the fear of a greater ill. Whatever wrongs, then, a bad man does are involuntary. Since, then, a wrong is involuntary, the doing an injustice is still more an involuntary act, by how much the greater ill it would be for that person to be active in doing an injustice, than for injustice to keep itself quiet. And yet, although acts of injustice are involuntary, we must punish the doers of injustice differently. For different are the mischiefs done, and the involuntariness lies either in ignorance or some suffering. Now, all of these it is permissible to turn aside by reasoning, and urbanity in conduct and care. So great an ill, then, is injustice, that to act unjustly is a thing more to be avoided than to suffer unjustly. For the former is the work of a bad man, but the latter is the suffering of a weak one. and both is a base thing. But to act unjustly is so much the greater ill as it is the baser thing. And it is an advantage to him who acts unjustly to undergo punishment, as it is to a person diseased to give up his body to a physician to cure. For all punishment is a cure for a soul that has sinned. 31. What are affections, and on their distinctions? But since most virtues are conversant with affections, let us define what kind of a thing is an affection. Now, an affection is an irrational movement of the soul, as regards either an ill or a good. And a movement has been called irrational because affections are neither decisions nor opinions, but movements of the irrational portions of the soul. For in the part of the soul subject to affections, there exist things which, although they are our works, are nevertheless not in our power. They are, however, frequently produced in us, when not willing and resisting. Sometimes, too, while knowing that what have fallen on us are neither painful, nor pleasant, nor fearful, we are not the less led by them. What we should not have suffered had these affections been the same as decisions. For the latter we reject when we condemn them, whether fittingly or not fittingly. For a good or for an ill, since on the appearance of an indifferent thing an affection is not put into motion. For all affections exist according to the appearance of a good or an ill. For if we imagine that a good is present, we are pleased, and if it is about to be, we desire it. But if we imagine that an ill is present, we are pained, and what is about to be, we fear. For there are two affections, simple and elementary, namely pleasure and pain, and from these the rest are formed. For we must not number with these fear and desire, as being of the nature of principles and simple. For he who fears is not entirely deprived of pleasure, since if a person has existed through a time, that may have happened while despairing of a release from, or an alleviation of, the ill. He abounds, however, in being pained and troubled, and on this account he is united to pain. And he who desires while remaining in the expectation of obtaining his wish is pleased. But as he is not completely confident, nor has a firm hope, he is weighed down. Since then desire and fear are not of the nature of principles, it will be conceded, without a doubt, that not one of the other affections is simple; such I mean as anger, and regret, and jealousy, and such like. For in these pleasure and pain are seen, mixed up as it were in a manner with them. But of affections, some are of a wild kind, others of a tame. Now the tame are such as exist in man according to nature, being both necessary and proper, and they are in this state while they preserve some measure; but when there is found in them a want of measure, they then become deviations from right. Of such a kind are pleasure, pain, anger, pity, shame. For it is proper to be pleased at things that happen according to nature, but to be pained at their contraries. And anger is necessary for self defense, and to avenge oneself upon foes. And pity is proper for a love of mankind, and shame is requisite for a retreat from things that are base. But other affections, which are contrary to nature, are of a wild kind, and arise from a perversion of mind and improper habits. Of such a kind is excessive laughter, and a rejoicing over calamities, and a hatred of mankind, which, by being stretched out and relaxed, and existing in any state whatsoever, are deviations from right, through not receiving any moderation. And on the subject of pleasure and pain, Plato says that these affections, existing somehow naturally in us from the beginning, are put into motion and carried onward; since pain and sorrow are generated for those who are excited contrary to nature, but pleasure for those who return to their former state according to nature. Now he conceives that the state according to nature is a mean between pain and pleasure, while it is the same with neither of them, in which mean we exist for the greater portion of time. He teaches, moreover, that there are many kinds of pleasures, some felt through the body, and others through the soul, and that of pleasures some are mixed with their opposites, but others remain pure and undefiled, and that some are the result of memory, and others united to hope, and that some are disgraceful, such as are unrestrained, and combined with injustice, but others moderate, and participating somehow otherwise in the good, such as the goodwill felt towards the good, and the pleasure received from acts of virtue. But since many pleasures are naturally in no repute, we must not inquire whether they can belong to the simple good; for that seems to be evanescent, and of no value which is an after production, not by nature, and has nothing essence like, or that takes the lead, but is coexisting with its opposite. For pleasure and pain are mingled. Now this would not have happened if one, namely pleasure, were a simple good, and the other, namely pain, an ill. XXXII. On Friendship. That which is called especially and properly friendship is nothing else than what exists according to a reciprocal kind feeling. Now this takes place when each party wishes equally that his neighbor and himself should do well; and this equality is not otherwise preserved than through a similarity in manners, for like is friendly to like, when they are in moderation; but when they are immoderate, they can suit neither each other, nor what are moderate. There are likewise some other friendships so considered, but not however really being so, that receive a color as it were from virtue; such as the natural friendship of parents towards their offspring, and of relations towards each other, and that which is called political and sociable; but these do not always have a reciprocity of kind feelings. There is likewise an amatory kind of friendship. Now of the amatory, one kind is well behaved, as being that for a virtuous soul, but another ill conducted, as being for a vicious soul; and there is an intermediate kind for that which is of a medium disposition. For as there are three states of the soul in a rational living being, one good, another bad, and a third between those two, so there will be three amatory states, differing from each other in kind. Now that they are three, their aims point out especially by differing from each other. For the bad is the love of the body alone, through its being overcome by what is pleasant, and this is after the manner of beasts; but the well behaved is for the sake of the naked soul, in which there is seen a fitness for virtue; but the intermediate has a longing for the body, and a longing likewise for the beauty of the soul. He too, who is worthy to be loved, is himself a mean, as being neither ill conducted nor well behaved; from whence we must call the love that lays claim to the body some daimon rather than a God, who has never been generated in an earthly body, and is the conveyor of what is sent by the Gods to man, and conversely. The amatory, then, being thus commonly divided into the three kinds before mentioned, the one which relates to the love of the good, being freed from an affection, becomes a thing of art, from whence it is placed in the rational portion of the soul, and its contemplations are to know the person worthy to be loved, and to possess and make use of him, and further to judge of him from his propensities and impulses whether they are noble, and tending to what is honorable, and whether they are violent and fervid; and he who strives to possess it shall possess it, not by rendering delicate or praising the object of his love, but by repressing it rather, and showing that by a person, being in the state he is now, life is not to be lived. And when he gets the party loved into his power, he will make use of him, after having enjoined the things through which he will, after being practiced in them, become perfect. And the end to them will be that, instead of a lover and a beloved, they will become friends. XXXIII. On the forms of polity. Of polities, Plato says that some exist in reality, but some are supposed to exist, such as he has detailed in the Republic. For in that treatise he has depicted the former as unwarlike, but the latter as being in a feverish state and warlike, while seeking which of these would be the best, and how they should be constituted. And it is there that, nearly alike to the division of the soul, is a polity divided into three parts, relating to the guardians, and aiders, and operatives; to the first of which he assigns the counselling and ruling power; to the second, that of fighting for the state, if need be, who are to be put into order according to the principle of anger, as if they were the allies of the rational principle; but to the last he assigns arts, and the rest of handicrafts. And he conceives it right for the rulers to be philosophers, and contemplative of the primary good; for they alone will administer all things properly. For never will human affairs cease from ills, unless philosophers become kings, or those who are called kings become, from some divine allotment, truly philosophers. For states will act the best and with justice at that time, when each portion of it is under its own law; so that the rulers may consult for the people, and the co fighters be their servants, and fight in their behalf, while the rest follow them obediently. And he says there are five kinds of polities. The first, an aristocracy, when the best are in power; the second, a timocracy, where those fond of honors are the rulers; the third, a democracy; and after this, an oligarchy; and the last, a tyranny, which is the worst. He depicts likewise other polities hypothetically, of which there is that in the laws, and that too after correction in the epistles; of which he makes use for the states that are laboring, as mentioned in the laws, under a disease, and possessing a region bounded off, and persons selected from every age, so that according to the differences in their nature and places there may be a need of peculiar instruction, and of bringing up, and of using arms. For they who are near the sea would apply themselves to navigation and to naval battles, while those dwelling inland would be fitted for fighting on foot, and the use of arms, either the lighter, like mountaineers, or the heavier, like persons living on hilly plains; and some would practice cavalry exercise. But in this state he does not lay down by laws that women are to be in common. Political virtue is therefore contemplative and practical, and that which chooses to make a state good and happy, and of one mind, and of one voice; and it enjoins commands, and has under it the science of war, and generalship, and law judgments; for political science considers 10,000 other matters, and especially this very one, whether we must engage in war or not. XXXIV. On the Sophist. It has been stated before what kind of person is the philosopher. From him the sophist differs, first in manner, in that he is the seeker of pay from young persons, and is willing to be considered a person with bodily and mental accomplishments rather than to be so; and secondly in matter, in that the philosopher is conversant with things existing forever and in the same state, while the sophist busies himself about that which is not, and retires to a spot difficult to be seen on account of its darkness. For to that which is not is not opposed; for the latter is unsubstantial and unintelligible, nor has it any basis; and which, if a person were compelled to speak of, or to think upon, he would be overthrown through his bringing a battle around himself. Now, that which is not, as far as it is understood, is not a naked negation of what is, but it is with a joint meaning as regards another thing, which follows upon the primary being, so that unless these two had participated in that which is not, they would not have been separated from the others. But now, as many soever as are the beings that are, so many times is the being which is not. For that which is a not being is not a being. So much it suffices to be said for an introduction to the doctrine making of Plato, of which a part has been stated in an orderly manner, but a part dispersedly, and in no order; so that it is in the power of any one, from what has been said, to become contemplative and detective of the rest of his doctrines by following out these. End of Section 34, and end of the Introduction of Alcinous to the Doctrines of Plato. The Introduction of Albinus to the Dialogues of Plato, by Albinus, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. 1. That for a person about to enter upon the Dialogues of Plato, it is fitting that he should know previously what a dialogue is. For neither without some art and power have dialogues been written, nor is it easy for a person unskilled in contemplation to know them artistically. It is agreeable then for a philosopher, who is making for himself an insight into every matter of whatever kind, to examine first the essence of the thing, and afterwards what power it has, and not with reference to what is naturally useful and what is not. Now Plato says thus: On every matter, O boy, there is one commencement to those about to consult properly. It is needful to know about what is the consultation, or else there must needs be an erring in this matter. Now it lies hid from the majority that they do not know the essence of each thing; but, as if they did know, they do not at the commencement of the inquiry agree amongst themselves, but as they proceed they pay the reasonable penalty, for they agree neither with themselves nor with others. In order, then, that we may not suffer this while entering upon the Dialogues of Plato, let us consider this very thing, which I have spoken of. What is a dialogue? For neither without some art and power have dialogues been written. It is, then, nothing else than a discourse composed of question and answer upon some political or philosophical matter, combined with a becoming delineation of the manners of the characters introduced, and the arrangement as regards their diction. 2. Now a dialogue is called a discourse, as a man is called an animal. But since of a discourse there is one kind arranged in the mind, and another pronounced by the mouth, let us hear about the one pronounced by the mouth. And since of the latter there is one kind spoken, as a continued narration, and another by question and answer, questions and answers are the peculiar mark of a dialogue, from whence it is said to be a discourse by interrogation; and moreover it is applied to some political and philosophical matter, because it is meet for the subject matter to be related to the dialogue. Now the matter is that relating to politics and philosophy. For as the matter of fables is laid down as adapted to tragedy and poetry in general, so is to dialogue philosophy, that is to say, what relates to philosophy; but as regards that which is combined with a becoming delineation of the manners of the characters introduced, and their being different in their discourses through life, some as philosophers, and others as sophists, it is requisite to assign to each their peculiar manners; to the philosopher that which is noble, and simple, and truth loving; but to the sophist that which is of many hues, and tricky, and reputation-loving, but to an individual what is peculiar to him. Added to this, the definition speaks likewise of the arrangement as regards their diction, and reasonably so. For as the measure ought to be adapted to tragedy and comedy, and the fiction of the subject to the bruited story, so ought the diction and composition adapted to the dialogue possess what belongs to the grace of an Attic style, and is neither superfluous nor deficient. 3. But if a so‐called discourse, not being made in the form as I have laid down, but deficient on these points, is said to be a dialogue, it will not be said so correctly. Thus that which is said in the case of Thucydides to belong to the power to represent the peculiarity of dialogues, but rather two public speeches composed on set purpose against each other. Since, then, we have ascertained what is a dialogue, let us look into the different kinds of the Platonic dialogue, that is, into their characteristics, how many are the topmost, and how many of them exist subdivided into the uncut. 4. As regards their characteristics, which are two, one explanatory and the other exploratory, the explanatory is suited to the teaching and practice of truth, but the exploratory to an exercise and conflict, and the confutation of falsehood; and while the explanatory directs its aim to things, the exploratory does so to persons. 5. Of the dialogues of Plato, there are drawn out, in the class of physics, the Timaeus; in that of morals, the Apology; in that of logic, the Theages, Cratylus, Lysis, Sophist, Laches, and Statesman; in that of confutation, the Parmenides and Protagoras; in that of statesmanship, the Crito, Phaedo, Minos, Banquet, Laws, Epistles, Epinomis, Menexenus, Cleitophon, and Philebus; in the tentative class are the Euthyphro, Meno, Ion, and Charmides; in the obstetrical, the Alcibiades; and in the overthrowing, the Hippias, Euthydemus, and Gorgias. 6. Since, then, we have seen their differences, how they exist naturally, and their characteristics, let us state, in addition, from what dialogues persons must begin their entrance upon a discourse of Plato; for opinions are different. For some begin with the epistles, and some with the Theages; and there are those who divide the dialogues into tetralogies, and rank as the first tetralogy that which contains the Euthyphro, Apology, Crito, and Phaedo; the Euthyphro, as in it the charge against Socrates is brought forward; the Apology, since it was necessary for him to defend himself; the Crito, on account of his staying in prison; and afterwards the Phaedo, since in it Socrates meets with the end of life. And of this opinion are Derculides and Thrasyllus; but they seem to me to have wished to assign an order to the persons of the dialogues, and the circumstances of their lives, a matter which is perhaps useful for something else, but not however for that which we are wishing now; for we wish to discover the commencement and arrangement of instruction that is according to wisdom. We say then that the commencement of a discourse of Plato is not one and defined, for that, being perfect, it is similar to the perfect figure of a circle; for as the commencement of a circle is not one and defined, so neither is it of a discourse. 7. We will not, however, on this account, enter upon it in any manner soever, nor accidentally; for if it is requisite to describe a circle, a person does not describe it beginning from any point, but in whatever state each of us may be with regard to the discourse, beginning from that he will enter upon the dialogues of Plato. For there is a state, according to nature, for instance, good or bad; and that according to age, where a person, for instance, is in the season for philosophizing, or has passed it; and that according to a predilection, as, for instance, in favor of philosophy or history; and that according to a habit, as in being, for example, previously initiated in instruction, or without instruction; and that according to the matter, as being engaged, for example, in philosophy, or dragged around by political circumstances. 8. He, then, who is, according to nature, well born, and according to age is in the season for philosophizing, and according to a predilection, for the sake of exercising himself, is proceeding to reasoning; and he who, according to a habit, has been previously initiated in instruction, and has been drawn aside from political circumstances, will begin from the Alcibiades to be well turned by the inclination of intellect, and to know of what thing it is needful to make for himself a care; and, as it were, by a beautiful pattern, to see who is the philosopher, and what is his pursuit, and upon what suppositions his discourse is carried on. Such a person must enter upon the Phaedo next in order; for in it Plato states who is the philosopher, and what is his pursuit; and upon the supposition of the soul being immortal, he goes through the discourse relating to it. After this, it would be requisite to enter upon the Republic; for, commencing with the earliest instruction, he delineates the whole of education, by making use of which a person would arrive at the possession of virtue. But since it is requisite for us to be versed in the knowledge of things divine, so as to be able, by possessing virtue, to be assimilated to them, we shall enter upon the Timaeus; for by entering upon this account relating to nature, and on the so called theology, and the arrangement of the universe, we shall clearly have a recollection of things divine. 9. But if any one, to speak summarily, is able to survey correctly the arrangement of the dialogues suited to the teaching according to Plato, to him who chooses the doctrines of Plato. For as it is necessary to become a spectator of his own soul, and of things divine, and of the Gods themselves, and to obtain the most beautiful mind, he must cleanse out the false opinions of his conceptions; for not even have physicians deemed the body capable of enjoying the food brought to it, unless a person shall have previously cast out what was in it in the way of an obstacle. But after the cleansing out, it is requisite to excite and call forth the sentiments imparted by nature, and to cleanse out these too, and to exhibit them pure as principles. In addition to this, through the soul being thus previously prepared, it is necessary to introduce into it its peculiar doctrines, according to which it may be perfected. Now, these relate to physics, and theology, and morality, and statesmanship; and that the doctrines may remain in the soul, and not be chased away, it will be necessary for it to be delivered to the reasoning relating to causation, in order that a person may lay hold firmly of the proposed aim. In addition to these, it is meet that what is not contrary to reason should be furnished, in order that we may not be carried aside by some sophist, and turn our thoughts into a worse direction. That we may therefore cast out false opinions, it will be necessary to enter upon the dialogues of the tentative character, and which possess the confuting, and the so called cleansing power; and that a person may call forth into light the notions relating to physics, it will be necessary to enter upon the dialogues of the obstetrical character; for this is peculiar to them, since in those there are doctrines relating to physics, and to morals, and to statesmanship, and to the regulation of a household, of which some have a reference to contemplation, and a contemplative life, but others to action, and an active life; but both of them relate to the being assimilated to God; and that these, after being imparted, may be not escaping from us, it will be necessary to enter upon the dialogues of a logical character, which is also of the exploratory kind; for they possess both the distinguishing and defining methods, and, moreover, the analytical and syllogistical, through which truths are shown and falsehoods confuted. Moreover, since it is requisite for us to be not led aside contrary to reason by sophists, we shall enter upon the dialogues of a demonstrative character, in which it is in our power to learn thoroughly how it is meet to listen to sophists, and in what manner to carry ourselves towards those who act wrongly in matters relating to reason. End of Section 9, and end of the Introduction of Albinus to the Dialogues of Plato. Apuleius on the Doctrines of Plato, by Apuleius, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Book 1. On Natural Philosophy. 1. The conformation of his body gave to Plato his name, for he was previously called Aristocles. His father was said to have been Ariston, while his mother was Perictione, the daughter of Glaucus, and on both sides the nobility of his birth was sufficiently remarkable. For his father Ariston derived through Codrus his origin from Neptune, while the blood on his mother's side flowed from Solon, the very wise, who was the founder of the laws of Athens. There are, however, those who assert that Plato sprang from a more exalted origin, at the time when a certain vision in the form of Apollo had a connection with Perictione. He was born in the month called Thargalion at Athens, on the day in which Latona is reported to have brought forth Apollo and Diana at Delos, and on the day before that, in which we have heard that Socrates was born. Mention is likewise made of the pretty dream that Socrates had, for he thought he saw a cygnet flying from an altar, which was in the Academia, sacred to Cupid, and settling on his lap, and that afterwards a full-fledged swan, it directed its flight to heaven, entrancing the ears of men and gods with the music of its song. And after Socrates had mentioned the dream to some persons, when they had come together, Ariston very opportunely attended upon Socrates, with the view of offering Plato to him as the youth's instructor, on whom, when Socrates had cast his eyes, and saw from his external appearance his internal disposition, he said, "This, friends, is the swan from the altar of Cupid in the Academy." 2. Such, and sprung from such, did Plato not only excel heroes in virtue, but he equaled likewise the gods in power. For Speusippus, who was furnished with family documents, praises the acuteness of the boy's talent in perception, and his disposition as regards his wonderful modesty; and he makes mention of the first fruits of his youth as being imbued with the proofs of labor and his love of study, and testifies that in the man there met together the growth of these and of other virtues. From the same parents were his brothers Glaucon and Adimantus. For his instructors he had in the rudiments of education Dionysius, and in the Palestra Ariston, a native of Argos; and such a progress did practice bring with it, that he contended for the wrestler's prize at the Pythian and Isthmian games. Nor did he disdain the painter's art. For tragic and dithyrambic compositions likewise he fitted himself; and, carried away by a confidence in his poetical powers, he was already desirous of professing himself a competitor, had not Socrates driven from his mind the lownness of the desire, and taken care to implant in his soul the glory that arises from true praise. And even previously he had been imbued with the doctrines of the sect of Heracleitus. But when he had given himself up to Socrates, he was superior to the rest of the disciples of Socrates, not only in genius and learning, but by labor likewise and elegance he shed a lustre on the wisdom imparted to him by Socrates, by the labor through which he endeavored to make that wisdom his own, and by the elegance through which he contributed to it a considerable dignity from the beauty and majesty of his language. 3. But after Socrates had left the world, he sought out from whence he might make a further progress, and he betook himself to the discipline of Pythagoras. And though he saw it possessed a method of diligence and splendor combined, he was still more desirous of imitating its continence and chastity. And as he perceived that the talents of the Pythagoreans were aided by other kinds of learning, he went to Cyrene to learn geometry under Theodorus, and travelled even to Egypt to obtain a knowledge of astrology, and that he might learn from thence the rites of the prophets there. And a second time he went to Italy, and became a follower of the Pythagoreans, Eurytus of Tarentum, and Archytas, who was rather advanced in years; and he would have directed his thoughts to the Indians and Magi, had not the wars in Asia at that time prevented him from proceeding thither; on which account, by following out with more than usual study the discoveries of Parmenides and Zeno, he so filled his treatises with things, taken unitedly, which singly had been an object of admiration, that he was the first to unite philosophy, previously tripartite, and to show that its parts, each necessary in its turn, were not only not at variance with each other, but that they afforded a mutual aid. For although the members of philosophy had been obtained from different factories, such as natural philosophy from the Heracliteans, mental from the Pythagoreans, and moral from the very fountain of Socrates, yet from them all he formed one body, and as it were of his own begetting. But as the chiefs of these families of philosophy had delivered to their auditors their sentiments in unpolished language and a rudimental form, Plato rendered them perfect, and even to be admired by polishing them up with reasonings, and investing them with the honorable dress of lofty diction. 4. Many of his hearers belonging to either sex flourished as philosophers. He left behind him his patrimony, consisting of a small garden adjoining the Academy, and 2 slaves and a goblet, with which he made supplications to the gods, and of gold so much as he had worn when a boy in his ear, to mark his noble birth. Some evil disposed persons carp indeed at his 3 journeys to Sicily, and discuss them with opinions at variance with each other. But he went thither the first time for the sake of information, that he might understand the nature of Etna, and the burning of the hollow mountain; the second, at the request of Dionysius, to assist the people of Syracuse, and to learn the municipal laws of that province. His third arrival took place in the wish to restore Dion, then an exile, to his country, after Plato had obtained a pardon for him from Dionysius. Of his tenets, that might be called by the Greek word dogmata, which he promulgated for the beneficial use of man, and for a rational method of living, and understanding, and speaking, we will commence from hence; for since he first held that the 3 parts of philosophy have an agreement with each other, we too will speak of each separately, beginning with natural philosophy. 5. Plato considers the principles of all things to be 3: God, matter, and the forms of things, which he calls ideas, ideas, that are incomplete, shapeless, and distinguished by no mark of species and quality. But of God his sentiments are that he is incorporeal. He alone, says Plato, is a perimetros, without a circumference, the father and adorner of all things, blessed himself, and the cause of blessings to others, the very best, in want of nothing himself, and conferring all things upon all, whom he calls the heavenly, the ineffable, the not to be named, or, as he says himself, arethon, akathon, omaston, whose nature it is difficult to discover, and if discovered, it cannot be proclaimed to the many. But of matter he makes mention as unable to create and to be destroyed, and that it is neither fire, nor water, nor any other of the principles and positive elements, but that of all things it is the first recipient of forms, and subjective to the act of making, and being as yet shapeless and devoid of the quality of configuration, God, as the artificer, gives to it a form universal, which is infinite on that account, because it is a magnitude without a limit. For that which is infinite has the limit of magnitude undefined, and hence, when matter is deprived of limit, it can properly be seen as infinite. Nor yet does he concede that it is with a body, nor without a body. On that account he thinks it is not a body, because no body is free from some kind of form; nor yet can he say that it is without a body, because nothing which is without a body can exhibit a body; but that it seems to be with a body by the force of reasoning, and it is therefore to be comprehended not by acting alone, nor yet by the opinion alone of thought. For bodies, through the remarkable evidence of themselves, are known by similar judgment; but that those things which do not possess a bodily substance are seen by cogitation, from whence, opinion being adulterated, the ambiguous quality of this matter is to be comprehended. 6. The idei, namely, the simple forms of all things, he says, are eternal, nor yet with a body, but they exist from such as God has taken as the patterns of things which are or will be; and he says it is not possible for anything to be found beyond the individual images in the patterns of each species, and that of all existing things the forms and configurations are marked out from the impression of those patterns in the manner of wax impressions. Ousiae, which we call essentiae, existences, he says are twofold, through which all things are produced, and even the world itself; one of which is perceived by reflection alone, the other can be subjective to the senses. Now that which is perceived by the eyes of the mind is found to exist forever, and in the same manner, and equal and similar to itself, and what truly is; but the other is to be estimated by opinion, affected by a sense and a want of reason, and which he says is produced and perishes. And as the former is said to exist truly, so the latter, we may say, does not exist truly. And of the first substance or existence is the first, God, and matter, and the forms of things, and the living principle. Of the second substance are all the things which receive a form, and are generated and derive their origin from a pattern of the former substance, and which are able to be changed and turned about, gliding away and escaping in the manner of flowing water. Moreover, since that substance of perception which I have mentioned rests upon a power that is consistent, the points that are made the subject of dispute relating to it are full of firm reasoning and belief; but of the latter, which is the shadow, as it were, and the image of the former, the reasonings and the words which are used in disputes relating to it are expressed by a method of teaching which is not consistent. 7. The beginning of all bodies he has stated to be matter, and that it is marked by the impress of forms, and that from hence have been produced the elements, fire and water, earth and air, which ought, if they are elements, to be simple, nor to be united by a mutual connection after the manner of syllables. What takes place in the case of those things whose substance is made up by the coming together of powers in many ways, which, when they had been in no order and mixed together, were brought by the Deity, who is the builder of the world, into order by means of numbers and measures in a circuit. These, he says, were reduced from very many elements into one; and that fire, and air, and water have their origin and beginning in a triangle which is right angled, but with unequal angles; but that the earth is formed of direct angles, triangles, and of equal footsteps; and that of the former form three kinds exist, the pyramidal, the octangular, and twenty-angular; but that the sphere and pyramid have in themselves the figure of fire, and that the octangular sphere is dedicated to air, and the twenty-angular to water, but that the triangle with equal feet forms out of itself a square, and the square a cube, which is peculiar to the earth. On which account he gave to fire the movable form of the pyramid, because the quickness of one seemed to be very similar to the rapid movement of the other. But of secondary velocity is the octangular sphere. This he assigned to the air, which in lightness and quickness is the second after fire. The sphere with 20 angles is in the third place. Of this the rolling form seemed to be rather like that of flowing water. There remains the form of dice, a cube, which, since it is immovable, has not absurdly obtained by lot the steadiness of the earth. Other beginnings, too, he says, might be discovered, which are known to God, or to him who is a friend of the Gods. 8. But of the primary elements, fire, and water, and the rest, he asserts the slight bodies of things with life, and without it, consist in the shape of particles; but that the world, taken as a whole, is made up of the whole of water, and the whole of fire, and the whole of air, and the whole of earth, and that not only no portion of these is left without the world, but that its power even is not found beyond it, and that these are fitted to and connected with each other within it, and consequently its seat is in fire, earth, water, and air; and as fire is united to air by a certain relationship, so moisture is united by an affinity to earth. Hence he says that there is one world, and in it all things, nor is there a place left in which another world could be, nor are there other elements remaining from which there could be formed the body of another world. Moreover, there is attributed to it a perpetual youth and a never injured health; and further, there is nothing left out of it that can corrupt its natural condition; and if there remained anything out of the world, it would not injure it, since it is on every side so put together and arranged that what is adverse and contrary cannot do an injury to its nature and discipline. On this account, then, it has been sought by the fabricating God, in behalf of the world, which, like a beautiful and perfect sphere, is the most perfect and most beautiful, that it should be in want of nothing, and contain all things by shutting in and restraining them, and be beautiful and wonderful, like to and answering to himself. Now, since there are held to be these seven movements in space, the forward and backward, the right and the left, and of things that strive to move upwards and downwards, and of those that are twisted into a spiral and circuit, this one way, peculiar to wisdom and prudence, was left for the world, after the six former had been laid aside, that it should revolve according to reason. And this world, he says, is now with a beginning; but otherwise it has an origin, and was produced; for there is no beginning or commencement because it existed always, but that it seems to have been produced because its substance and nature consist of those things which have obtained by lot the quality of being produced. Hence it is tangible and visible, and comes under the senses of the body; but because God has afforded a cause for its being produced, it is on that account about to be forever of an immortal endurance. 9. But the soul of all living beings, he says, is incorporeal, nor will it perish when it shall have been released from the body; and that it is older than all things produced, and that it therefore has a command over, and rules those things of which it has obtained by lot the diligent care; and that it is ever moved by itself, and is the mover of other things, which are by their nature unmoved and sluggish; and he proclaims that the heavenly soul, which is the fountain of all souls, and the best and wisest parent of virtues, is subservient to God the Maker, and is at hand for all his inventions; but that the substance of this mind is made up of numbers and measures, by means of increase doubled and multiplied, and of increments obtained from themselves and from without; and hence it happens that the world is moved according to a system of music, instrumental and vocal. He says, too, that the natures of things are twofold, and that one of them is that which can be seen by the eyes and touched by the hand, which he calls doxastein, the subject of opinion, and the other is that which presents itself to the mind, called dianoetike, the subject of cogitation and intellect. For, let pardon be granted, to a novelty in words, that minister to the obscurity of things, and that the former portion is mutable, and easy for a person beholding it, but that the latter, which is seen by the eye of mind, and is perceived and conceived by reflection that penetrates it, is incorruptible, immutable, enduring, and the same forever. Hence, twofold too, he says, is reasoning and interpretation. For the latter, which is visible, is inferred by a suspicion accidental, and not so very enduring; but the former, which is intelligible, is proved to be true by ratiocination, perpetual and constant. 10. But time, he says, is an image of eternity, although time is subject to motion, while the nature of eternity is fixed and motionless, and that time goes into it, and can be ended and resolved into its magnitude, if at any time God, the maker of the world, shall so determine; and that by the spaces of the same time the measures of the revolution of the world are comprehended, since the globes of the sun and moon do this, and the rest of the stars, which we do not correctly say are wandering and wandering. For our opinions and disputations respecting their orbits may be led from the reality by an error of the understanding; whereas the Disposer of all things has so appointed their returnings, risings, settings, recessions, delays, and progressions, that there is no place left for even a moderate error; since days with nights fill up the space of a month, and months in their turn roll on the circle of a year. Nor was it possible for the numeration of time to be entered upon before those signs began to burn in the starry light; and the keeping of this reckoning would have perished, if this antique chorus had stood still of old. For that the measures and returns of time might be known, and the circuit of the world be seen, the light of the sun was lit up, and in turn the darkness of night invented, that desired rest might come to living beings; and a month was made up, when the moon, after completing the course of her circle, returned to the same spot from which she had departed; whereas the space of a year is completed, when the sun shall have reached the four changes of the seasons, and be carried back to the same sign. The enumeration of those that return into themselves, and of those that depart from themselves, he discovered by the contemplation of the understanding; and he says that there are nevertheless determinate revolutions of the stars preserved forever in their legitimate courses, which the skill of man can with difficulty comprehend. From whence it happens that the so called great year is known very easily, the time of which will be filled up when the company of the wandering stars shall arrive at the same end, and recover for itself a new commencement, and a journey through the roads of the world. 11. But of the celestial orbs, united to each other by mutual changes, the highest of all is that which is reckoned as the path of the non‐wandering stars, by whose embrace the rest are restrained; and that to the non‐wandering the first place was assigned, the second to Saturn, the third to Jupiter, that Mars holds the fourth, that the fifth is assigned to Mercury, that the sixth belongs to Venus, and that the seventh is burnt up by the passage of the sun, and that the moon measures the eighth. Hence he says that all things are occupied by elements and principles; that fire is above all, and next is the place of air; that next is that of water; and next that the orb of earth, situated in the middle, stands equal in place and immovable in figure. He says too that these fires, fixed to the spheres of the stars, glide on in their courses perpetual and untired, and that they are living Gods, but that the nature of the spheres is nourished by, and made out of, fire. Moreover, the races of living beings are divided into four species, one of which is of the nature of fire, of such a kind as we see the sun and moon to be, and the rest of the stars in the constellations. Another is of the quality of air, and this, he says, is that of daimons. The third is a coalescence of water and earth, and that the mortal race of bodies is from this, and divided into the terrene and terrestrial; for so he considered the Khoika should be called, and that terrene belongs to trees and other productions, which drag out an existence while they are fixed to the ground, but terrestrial to things which the earth feeds and sustains. Of Gods he enumerates three kinds, of which the first is that one and alone the highest, who is beyond the world, and incorporeal, whom we have shown above to be the father and architect of this divine world. Another is such as the stars possess, and the rest of the deities, whom we call the heaven inhabiting. The third embraces those whom the old Romans called medioxumi, because they are, with relation to themselves, and place and power, inferior to the highest gods, but naturally superior to man. 12. But all things which are carried on naturally, and on that account correctly, are governed by the guardianship of Providence. Nor can the cause of any evil be ascribed to God; on which account Plato conceives that not all things are to be referred to the lot of fate. For he gives this definition, that Providence is a divine determination, the conservator of the prosperity of that for the sake of which it has undertaken such an office; and that fate is a divine law by which the inevitable designs of and the acts commenced by the Deity are fulfilled. And hence, if anything is done by Providence, it is done likewise by Fate; and that which is finished by Fate should seem to have been commenced by Providence. Now, the first Providence is that of the highest power, and the most above all the Gods, who has ordained not only the deities that dwell in heaven, whom he has dispersed to be a guard and glory through all the members of the world, but has given birth, for ages upon ages, to the deities naturally mortal, who are superior in wisdom to the rest of beings that live upon earth; and, after laying down laws, he delivered over to the other deities the disposition and guardianship of the other matters which were necessary to be done daily. From whence so strenuously did the deities of the second Providence keep their hold of the providence undertaken by them, that all things which are shown to mortals from heaven preserve the state of the Father's arrangement unchanged. But the daimons, whom we might call genii and lares, Plato decides are the servants of the Gods, and the protectors of man, and their interpreters, should they wish for anything from the Gods. Nor does he think that all things are to be referred to the force of fate, but that there is something in ourselves, and something too in fortune. He confesses, however, that the unforeseen accidents of fortune are not known to us, for that something unsteady and running against us is wont to come between the affairs which may have been undertaken with design and meditation, so that it does not permit what has been thought upon to come to an end. And when that impediment arrives advantageously, the circumstance is called good fortune; but misfortune, when those hindrances are of a noxious kind. 13. Of all earthly things, nothing more excellent has Providence given than man. Well, therefore, does the same Plato proclaim that the soul is the mistress of the body. But since he asserts that the parts of the soul are three, the reasoning power, which is the best portion of the mind, he says has possession of the citadel of the head; but that the feeling of anger, which is distant from the reasoning power, is carried down to the domicile of the heart, and follows it, and in place answers to wisdom; and that lust and desire, the lowest portion of the mind, occupy the lowest seats of the belly, as if they were certain stews and hiding places of jakes, the resorts of iniquity and luxury; and that this portion seems to have been removed at a greater distance from wisdom, lest by an unseasonable vicinity reason might, while consulting for the safety of all, be disturbed in the usefulness of its reflections. He says, too, that the whole of man is in the head and face; for prudence and all the senses are contained in no other part of the body but that, since the rest of the members act as handmaidens, and are subservient to the head, and minister food and other things, while the crown of the head is placed on high, as a lord and ruler, and by its providence to be delivered from dangers. Moreover, that the organs, with which the senses are furnished for perceiving and judging of quantities and qualities, are placed in like manner near the palace of the head, within the view of reason, in order that the truth of understanding by the mind, and perceiving by the body, may be assisted. 14. But the senses themselves, being fitly formed by nature, have a cognate intelligence as regards those things which are the objects of sense. In the first place, the twin pupils of the eyes are very clear, and, shining with a certain light of vision, they possess the office of knowing light; while hearing, by partaking of the nature of air, has a perception of sounds through messengers in the air; whereas the taste, being a sense more relaxed, is on that account suited to things rather moist and watery; but the touch, as being of the earth and corporeal, perceives things that are rather solid, and which can be handled and struck against. Of those things, likewise, which are changed when corrupted, there is a separate perception; for in the middle region of the face nature has placed the nostrils, by the double doorway of which there passes an odor together with the breath; and that conversions and changes furnish the causes of smelling, and that they are perceived from substances when corrupted or burnt, or in a mucous or moistened state; when those substances are sought out, they are exhaled in vapor and smoke, the judgment and sense of a smell come upon them. For if the substances are sound, and the air pure, they never vitiate the gales of that kind. Now, these very senses are common to us and the rest of animals; but by the divine blessing, the skill of man in that way is better furnished, and more advanced, since his hearing and sight are superior. For he measures with his eyes the heavens, and the orbits of the stars, and the settings and risings of the constellations, and he understands their distances, together with the signs they give; from which has flowed the most beautiful and plentiful fountain of philosophy. And what could happen to man more magnificent than the sense of hearing, by which he learns simultaneously prudence and wisdom, and measures, and makes the numbers and modes of speech and melody, and becomes himself entirely attuned and musical? To this has been added the tongue, and the outwork of the teeth, and the beauty of a little mouth, which has been furnished to other animals indeed for supplying the necessities of living, and bringing to the belly its resources; but to man this has been given as the storehouse of right reasoning, and of sweetest discourse, in order that what forethought has conceived in the heart, speech might bring forward to be understood. 15. Moreover, the bearing of the whole body and the form of the limbs are under one condition the best, but under another worse. The inferior are ruled by the superiority of the chiefs, and they perform the ministering suited for living. Finally, the feet, as far as the shoulders, obey the head; but the hedge of the eyebrows protects the eyes, lest anything should rush down from above to disturb vision, which is tender and soft. The lungs, by their place and affinity, look very much to the welfare of the heart; for when it burns with anger, and is palpitating with rather quick movements, the top of the heart itself, wet with blood, is received by the softness and thirst, and cold of the lungs; but the spleen is near, and not vainly so, to the liver, that it may relieve its redundance by sharing in its absorptions, and by cleansing what is filthy render the liver pure and clear, which is very advantageous to its fibres. He says, too, that the belly is furnished with the folds of the intestines, but that there is an impediment by ligatures, so that what is eaten and drank may not pass through the place of sitting quickly, but by being retained for a little time, they may show their utility to animals by their approach, and that the necessity of desiring food may not be impending at every moment, through those things being exhausted and passing off which had been introduced, and that there may not be a need for us to be occupied night and day for this purpose alone. 16. Moreover, the bones are covered with flesh, and the same are bound to nerves. Yet, nevertheless, the members, which are the intermediate messengers of feeling, are hidden by flesh, in order that the sensations may not be blunted by the thickness of the flesh. Those, too, that are connected by joinings and couplings for a rapidity in moving themselves easily, are not impeded by much flesh. Lastly, look at the top of the head itself, and you will see it covered with a thin skin, and shaggy with hair, a protection against the violence of cold and heat. But those parts are plump which labor wears down, as for instance the buttocks themselves, where is the region of sitting. What shall I say of the food, which the roads that emanate from the womb, and are joined to the fibres of the liver, disperse after being turned into the form of blood, so that nature may skilfully cause it to flow like a river from that place through all the joints? But from the region of the heart the meanderings of the veins take their rise, transferring through the coils of the lungs the liveliness which they had received from the heart, and, being again distributed from that place through the whole limbs, they assist the whole man by his breathing. From hence the alternations in breathing are drawn and given back in turn, in order that they may not be impeded by their mutual meetings. The qualities, too, of the veins are various, which, it is well known, flow for the purpose of procreation from the region of the neck through the marrow of the loins, and are received into the place of the male organ; and again, that Venus excites the productive receptacle of seed, so that his power departs from a man. 17. But when he says that the substances of the whole body are various, he means that the first seem to consist of fire and water, and the other elements; the second of similar particles of the intestines, small bones, blood, and the rest of substances; the third of members discordant and various, that is, of head, belly, and unequal joints. From whence the substance which consists of simple elements, if that which by the necessity of living is asked for, in what manner it agrees even with the genus of each, guards the quality and temperature of the body, and increases the strength for those particles which consist of the like, and of those which we have said above are unlike to each other, it nourishes the beauty; and at the same time that equality of dry, moist, hot and cold gives health, strength, and form, just as an intemperate and immoderate permixture, while particles are individually and universally corrupted, destroys a living being with a rapid dissolution. 18. The same philosopher says that the soul is tripartite; for that one part is rational, another hot with anger, or irritable; the third we may call a longing, and give to the same feeling the name of lustfulness; but that healthiness, and strength, and beauty are then present to a being with soul, when reason rules it wholly, and passion and pleasure, two inferior parts, are obedient to reason, and, agreeing amongst themselves, long for nothing, and make no stir that reason deems to be useless. Now, when the parts of the soul are regulated to an equability of that kind, the body is broken down by no disturbance; otherwise it introduces a sickness, and unhealthiness, and foulness, when the parts are, with respect to each other, not well put together, and unequal; as when desire subdues anger and good counsel, and brings them into subjection with itself; or when anger, more hot than usual, overcomes reason, the mistress and queen, while desire is obsequious and appeased. But the sickness of the mind he says is a folly, and he divides it into two parts. One of these he calls unskilfulness, the other madness; and he says that the disease of unskilfulness takes place from a vainglorious boasting, when a person falsely lays claim to the learning and knowledge of those things, of which he is ignorant; but that madness is wont to arise from very depraved habits and a lustful life; and that this madness, which a vicious quality of body produces, is called so, when those things which are prepared by reason in the top of the head become contracted by inopportune straits; but that a man is then perfect when soul and body are united together, and agree with and respond to each other; so that the firmness of mind be not inferior to the very strong powers of the body. The body, however, is increased then by natural increments, when the portion of good health, being attended to with skilful art, knows not to exceed the measure of necessary living, and when health is not worn down by the greatness of external labors, nor by the weight of food introduced too immoderately, or not digested and distributed through the body as it should be. For then the joints and limbs retain the measure and force of due vigor, when that which is introduced for the preservation of the whole body is distributed to all the parts, as it were in equal proportions for each; but when that takes place in the least degree, then ensues the destruction of the body. End of Section 18, and end of Book 1. Book 2 of Apuleius on the Doctrines of Plato, by Apuleius. Translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Book 2 on Moral Philosophy. 1. The head of moral philosophy is, son Faustinus, that you may know by what means it is possible to arrive at a happy life. But previous to the other matters which are known to appertain to happiness, which is the end of good things, I will show what Plato thinks upon this point. Of good things, then, he thought that some were preeminently so, and in themselves the first, but the rest he conceived were good through a participation. The first good things are God, the highest, and that mind which he calls nous. Secondly, the things which flow from the fountain of the first are the virtues of the mind, namely, prudence, justice, modesty, and fortitude; but that amongst all these, prudence is the superior. But as the second in number and power, he laid down continence; to these succeeds justice, while fortitude is the fourth. In good things likewise he made this distinction, that some are of God, and in themselves the first, and are called simple goods; others are of man; nor are the same good things thought to be so by all; on which account the virtues of the mind are of God and simple, but those of man, which are goods in the opinion of some, are such as agree with the conveniences of the body, and are what we call external; which to the wise, and those who live rationally and moderately, are really good, but must needs be evils to the unwise, and to those who are ignorant of their use. 2. The first good is the true and divine and best, and worthy to be loved and desired, and for the beauty of which the minds that are under the influence of reason have a longing, under the guidance of nature, and are by the same power led up to an ardent love for it. But as not all are able to obtain it, nor can possess the faculty of acquiring the first good, they are carried on to that which is of man. The second good is not common to many, nor is it in a similar manner a good to all. For the longing after, and the desire to do anything is excited either by a true good, or by what seems to be a good; from whence, under the guidance of nature, there is a certain affinity between good things and that portion of the soul which agrees with reason. But he considers that to be a good by accident which is united to the body, and to things that come from without, and that he who is imbued by nature to follow what is good thinks he has been born not only for himself, but for all men likewise, and that each one has been conceived not in an equal or similar manner, but for the state, and next for those nearest to him, and then for the rest, who are united to him by familiarity or acquaintance. 3. That a man is, he says too, born neither absolutely good from his stock, nor bad, but that his disposition inclines to both. That he has indeed some seeds of both, which are united to the origin of his birth, but which by the discipline of education ought to burst out into another part; and that the instructors of boys ought to have no greater care than to thoroughly imbue them with morals and instructions, so that they may wish to become lovers of virtues, and learn to rule and be ruled by justice as their mistress. On which account the boys ought to be brought to this point, beside all the rest, that they may know that the things which are to be followed and avoided are honorable and dishonorable; that to the former belong pleasure and praise, to the latter disgrace and baseness; and that we ought with confidence to wish for the honorable things which are good. Of dispositions, three kinds are classed by him, of which he calls one the superior and preeminent; another the most foul and the worst; the third, which is tempered moderately from both, he calls a mean. In this mean he desires to be partakers the docile boy and the man who is making a progress to moderation, and who is mild in his manner, and elegant; since he asserted that a mean of the same kind, called a third something, occurs in the case of virtues and vices, through which some acts are to be praised and others blamed. Thus between knowledge of one kind firm, of another false, there is an obstinacy of mind united to a vanity. Between a chaste and a lustful life he interposed abstinence and intemperance; and has made shame and sluggishness as the means between fortitude and fear. Since of those persons whom he wished to appear moderate, neither the virtues were sincere, nor the vices sheer and untempered, but mixed up on this side and on that. 4. But the wickedness of a person stained with all vices he said was the worst; which he asserted took place when that portion which is the best and rationable, and ought to rule the rest, was the slave of others, and when those leaders into vices, namely anger and lust, are the lords, while reason is sent under the yoke. From things likewise quite different, such as abundance and want, is wickedness made up. Nor by the fault of an inequality alone does he consider that wickedness goes halting, but that it falls upon a dissimilitude; for it could not agree with goodness, since it differs in so many ways from itself, and carries before it not an inequality, but an incongruity. On which account he says that the three portions of the soul are oppressed by three vices. Thus against prudence fights indocility, which not only introduces the destruction of science, but is adverse to the discipline of learning. Of this indocility we have received from him two kinds: one, unskillfulness and stupidity, of which it is found that unskillfulness is a foe to wisdom, but stupidity to prudence; another, anger and boldness. Its companionship, indignation, follows, and unmovableness, called in Greek aurgesia nou tis; for so I would say, which not only extinguishes the excitement of anger, but fixes them down by a stupor not to be moved. To the feelings of desire he applies luxuriousness, that is, a longing after pleasures, and insatiable draughts of things desired, for enjoyment and possession. From this luxuriousness there flows avarice and wantonness, of which the former puts a restraint upon liberality, the latter, by living too immoderately, squanders the means of a patrimony. 5. But of a mind, the best, says Plato, virtue is the bearing that presents a noble figure, and which makes the person on whom it is faithfully impressed to be in accordance with himself, and tranquil and consistent, not in words alone, but in deeds likewise, agreeing with himself and the rest of mankind. And this is the more likely, should reason, seated on the throne of its kingdom, hold the appetites and passions ever in subjection and under the rein, and they so obey it as to do their ministering tranquilly. He says, however, that virtue is of one form, because that which is good by its own nature has no need of assistance, but that it may be perfect, it ought to be content with solitude. Nor is quality alone united to the natural disposition of virtue, but similitude likewise; for so does it agree with itself on every side, that it is fitted from itself, and answers to itself. Hence he speaks of virtues as means, and the same too as extremes, not only because the former are from redundance and want, but because they are placed in the middle ground of virtues. For example, fortitude is surrounded on this side by boldness, on that by timidity. Now, boldness comes from the abundance of confidence, but fear from the fault of a deficient boldness. 6. Of virtues, some are perfect, others imperfect. Now, those are imperfect which, by the kindness of nature alone, come forth in all, or are furnished by discipline alone, or are taught by reason as a mistress. Those, therefore, that are made up of all, we say are perfect. He denies, however, that imperfect virtues accompany themselves. But those which are perfect he conceives on that account especially to be inseparable and united to each other, because for the person who has an uncommon natural disposition, if there be added industry, practice, and the discipline which reason, the ruler of affairs, has laid down, there will be left nothing that virtue cannot furnish. He divides all the virtues amongst the parts of the soul, and he calls that virtue which relies upon reason, and is the spectator and judge of all matters, prudence and wisdom; of which he wishes for wisdom to appear as the instruction of things divine and human, but prudence as the knowledge of understanding good and evil things, and those which are between the two. In that part, then, which is considered as given rather to anger, is the seat of fortitude, and the strength of the soul, and the nerves required for fulfilling those things, which are imposed upon us rather hardly by the rule of laws to be done. The third part of the mind belongs to desires and regrets, of which abstinence is necessarily the companion, whom he wishes to be the preserver of an agreement in those things that are naturally right and wrong in man. By this is lustfulness turned to mildness and moderation, and by the method and modesty of this, voluptuary doings, he says, are restrained. 7. Through these three parts of the soul he places a fourth virtue, namely justice, as dividing itself equally, and the cause of it, he says, is knowledge, in order that each portion may be obedient both to reason and moderation in performing its duty. This the demigod at one time calls justice; at another he includes it in the appellation of virtue in general, and addresses it likewise by the name of faithfulness. But when it is useful to the person by whom it is possessed, it is benevolence. But when it looks abroad, and is the trustworthy spectator of utility to another, it has the name of justice. There is, too, that justice which obtains the fourth place in the ordinary division of virtues, which is coupled with religiousness, that is, in Greek, Alcibiades, of which the latter, religiousness, is a slave devoted to the honor of the gods, and to the supplications in a divine right, while the former, justice, is the remedy and medicine of human society and concord. Now, for two equal reasons justice rules over human utility, of which the first is the observance of equality in numbers and divisions, and in those matters which have been bargained for according to a contract. Add to this, that it is the guardian of weights and measures, and of the common distribution of public property. The second reason is that relating to boundaries, and is a sharing proceeding from equity, so that a becoming ownership in lands may be assigned to each person, and the better portion be preserved for the good, but the worse for the bad. Add to this, let every one who is by nature and industry the best be preferred for honors and offices, but let the worst be in want of the light of dignity. Now, in assigning and preserving honor, that is the just measure on the part of him who is the aider of the good, and the overthrower of the bad, that those things may ever be preeminent in the state which are about to be of service to all, but that vices, together with their authors, may lie low, and be trodden down. 8. Which result will be the more easily obtained if we are supplied with two examples, one of a person divine, tranquil and happy; another of a person irreligious, inhuman, and deservedly detestable, so that he who is a stranger to, and averse from, a correct manner of living, would wish his faculties to be more like to those of the worst man, but the good person his to those of the divine and heavenly man. Hence there are with him two portions of the oratorical art, one of which is the discipline that contemplates what is good, and is tenacious of what is just, and fitted to, and agreeing with, the sect of that philosopher who wishes to appear a statesman; but the other is the science of flattering, the catcher at what is like the truth, and an experience brought together without any reason; for so we express alagon tribein, irrational exercise, which wishes that to be received by persuasion which it is unable to teach. Now this Plato has defined as dunamin to peithein, aneiou to didaskein, a power to persuade without teaching, and to which he has given the name of the shadow, that is, the image of a portion of the statesman's art. But statesmanship, which he calls politikein, he wished to be so understood by us that we should consider it in the number of virtues, and that not only the person who is acting and occupied in the very administration of affairs should be viewed by it, but that things universally should be discerned by it; and that not only forethought is profitable to state affairs, but that all the statesman's feelings and design should be to render the situation of the state fortunate and happy. 9. Now, this same statesman's art has a care for the usefulness of the soul by two methods. One relates to law giving, the other to law courts. The former is similar to the exercise by which is acquired the beauty and strength of the soul, just as by exercise the health and beauty of the body is preserved; but that relating to law courts is on a par with medicine, for it cures the diseases of the soul, as medicine does those of the body. These he calls disciplines, and professes that an attention to them brings a very great advantage, while their imitators are the arts of cookery and perfumery; but that the sophist's art, and the bland profession of the law, and the allurements of flattery, are disgraceful to those who profess them, useless to all; of which arts he unites that of the sophist to that of the cook. For as the art of the cook sometimes catches the good opinion of the imprudent by its professing medical science, as if the things which it is doing are suited to the cure of disorders; so the art of the sophist, by imitating the manner of law courts, furnishes to fools a good opinion, as if that art were attending to justice, which it is clear is favoring iniquity; whereas the professors of law imitate the art of the perfumer. For while this wishes to be the remedy, through which beauty and health are preserved in bodies, it not only diminishes the usefulness of the body, but breaks down its strength and powers, and changes the true color of the blood to slothfulness; so that, by imitating the science of law, pretends indeed to be able to increase virtue in souls, whereas it weakens whatever there is in them of natural industry. He thinks, moreover, that those virtues can be taught and studied which appertain to a rationable soul, that is to say, wisdom and prudence; and that those which, in the place of a remedy, offer a resistance to the portions of the soul that are corrupt, namely, fortitude and continence, are rationable. Now the virtues before mentioned are held to be in the place of discipline; the rest, if they are perfect, he calls virtues; but if only half perfect, he conceives they ought not indeed to be called disciplines, nor yet does he consider them to be entirely strangers to discipline. But justice, in that it is scattered amongst three parts of the soul, he imagines to be the art of living and a discipline, and that is at one time teachable, and at another proceeds from use and experience. 10. Of good things, some, he asserts, are to be sought for the sake of themselves; as, for example, happiness, and a pleasure that is good; others, for not their own sake, as medicine; others, for the sake both of themselves and something else, as forethought and the rest of virtues, which we seek after, both for their own sake, as being in themselves excellent and honorable, and for the sake of something else, that is to say, of happiness, which is the fruit of virtue the most to be wished for. On this ground, some bad things are to be avoided for the sake of themselves, others for the sake of other things, but the majority for the sake of themselves and of other things; as, for example, folly and vices of that kind, which are to be avoided, both for the sake of themselves and for the sake of those things, namely, misery and unhappiness, which may arise from them. Of those things which are to be sought after, some, we say, are absolutely good; those, to wit, which, when they are present always and to all, bring with them advantages; as, for example, the virtues, of which happiness is the fruit. Others are a good to some persons, and not to all, nor always; as, for instance, strength, health, wealth, and whatever relate to the body and depend on fortune. In like manner, of those things too which are to be declined, some appear always and to all to be evils, when they are a hurt or an obstacle; as, for instance, vices and misfortunes. Some are a hurt, and that too not always to some; as, for instance, sickness, want, and other things of a similar kind. 11. But that virtue is at liberty and placed in ourselves, and is to be sought for with willingness; but that sins, although not less at liberty, and placed in ourselves, are not to be entered upon with willingness. For the beholder of virtue, when he shall have understood that it is thoroughly good and excels in kindness, will make for himself a road to it, and will think it ought to be pursued for its own sake. In like manner, how can he, who shall have perceived that vices not only bring disgrace upon reputation, but do a hurt in another manner, and are guilty of a fraud, be able to unite himself of his own accord to their fellowship? But if he proceeds to evil things of that kind, and believes that the use of them is advantageous to himself, through his being deceived by an error, and tempted by some image of good, he is, while ignorant of the truth, thrown headlong into ills. For you would vary from common opinion, when you are indeed not ignorant what difference there is between poverty and wealth, and when these matters are placed easy to know, namely, that neither poverty brings honor, nor wealth baseness, you should prefer the want of things necessary for living to the abundance of means; and you would seem to be silly, and to pursue a conduct still more absurd than does the person who despises the health of the body by choosing in preference disease. 12. But that is an act of extreme madness, when he, who shall have beheld with the eyes of the soul the beauty of virtue, and shall have discovered by use and reason its utility, shall still, while not ignorant how much of disgrace and disadvantage he shall obtain from a participation in vices, be willing to give himself up to them. He says too, that the health of the body, and strength, and freedom from pain, and other things of that kind, are extraneous; and that wealth likewise, and the rest of things, which we consider the advantages of fortune, are not to be called simply good. For if any one who possesses them withdraws himself from their use, they will be useless to him; and if any converts their use to wicked purposes, they will be seen to be even hurtful to him. But if any one abuses them, he will be exposed to vices, while he who possesses them is unable to hold them when he is dead. From hence it is inferred that these ought not to be called simply good things, nor ought those which sow diseases or poverty, and other things to be considered evils; for he whose property is small, and who is moderate in his expenses, will perceive no mischief coming from it; while he who makes a right use of his poverty will not only find no disadvantage, but on the contrary will become superior in enduring the rest of evils with a better method. If then it is not contrary either to have poverty, or to rule over it by reason, poverty is not by itself an evil. Pleasure, moreover, he says, is neither absolutely a good, nor simply an evil; nor is that to be fled from, which is honorable, and proceeds not from things to be ashamed of, but from glorious doings; but that which nature herself spurns, and is sought after with disgraceful delight, he considers ought to be avoided. Anxiety and labor, if they are natural, and descend from virtue itself, and are undertaken for the performance of some remarkable act, he considered to be an object of desire; but that they are bad and detestable if they are produced, contrary to nature, for the sake of things the most base. Not only does he know that vices fall on the soul by an act of the will, and come to bodies, but that there is a certain middle state, such as when sadness is absent, nor yet do we perceive that gladness is present. XIII. Of the things which are in ourselves, the first good and worthy of all praise is, to the person seeking a good virtue. On that account it ought to be called honorable, since we say that what is honorable is alone good, and what is base bad, and deservedly so; for what is base cannot be good. Friendship, he says, is a fellowship, and consists in a fellow feeling, and is reciprocal, and brings the alternation of delight, when two persons love equally in turn. This result takes place for the benefit of friendship, when a friend is desirous that he whom he loves should enjoy a prosperous state equally with himself. Now, that equality does not take place otherwise than when a similarity in equal affection meets in both. For as like are united to like by an indissoluble connection, so those who are at variance are disunited amongst themselves, nor are they the friends of others. Now, the corruptions of enmity are produced from malevolence through a dissimilarity in manners, and a difference in life, and sects, and opposite dispositions. There are likewise, he says, other kinds of friendship, one part of which is produced for the sake of pleasure, and another for that of a close relationship. Now the love of a close relationship and of children is agreeable to nature; but that other feeling, which, abhorrent to the kindness of humanity, is called love, is a burning desire, by the lighting up of which the lovers of the body, being caught through their lustfulness, imagine a person to exist wholly in that which they see and wish for. Such unhappy feelings in the case of the soul Plato forbids to be called by the name of friendship, because they are not mutual, nor can be reciprocated, so that what is loved may be loved in return; nor is there constancy in them, and a length of time is wanting to them; and loves of that kind are put an end to by satiety and repentance. XIV. Of loves of this kind Plato numbers three, because there is one, divine, agreeing with a mind uncorrupted, and the method of virtue, and not to be repented of; another, pertaining to a degenerate mind, and to pleasure the most corrupt; the third mixed up with both, belonging to a mediocre disposition, and of moderate desires. But souls of a darker hue, he says, are impelled by a longing for the body, and that their only aim is to enjoy the use of it, and to soften down their heart by a pleasure and gratification of that kind. But these are the acts of an elegant and well educated mind: to love passionately the souls of the good, and to make them a study, and to wish it done that they should indulge as much as possible in good pursuits, and be rendered better and superior. The mean between the two, he says, is formed of both, so that they are not entirely void of bodily gratifications, and yet are able to be caught by an elegant disposition of soul. As then that love is inferred to be the most filthy and the least human and base, not from the nature of things, but from a bodily sickness and disease, so it may be believed that the divine love comes into the minds of men when it is granted by the gift and kindness of the gods, and by the breath of a celestial Cupid. There is, too, a third kind of love, which we have mentioned as the mean. It is brought together by the proximity of what is divine and earthly, and since it is united by the connection of a joint state amongst like persons, it is, as being near to reason, the divine one, but the earthly as being united to baseness and the longing after pleasure. 15. Of persons worthy of blame there are four kinds, of which the first is of the seekers after honors, the next is of the lovers of substance, the third of the lovers of popular rule, and the last of tyrannical power. On which account that first vice comes upon the mind when the vigor of reason has become languid, and that portion of the soul in which anger has the dominion becomes the superior and stronger. Now that which is called oligarchia (oligarchy) is produced in this way, when, on account of the worst food being given to that part of the soul which consists of desires, not only are the seats of what is rationable and given to anger occupied, but of that likewise which sharpen not necessary desires. Such a person as this Plato has designated a gain seeker, and a hawk after money. The popular quality exists when passions, being let loose by indulgence, burn not only with just desires, but with those likewise which pervert from right the parties meeting with them, and oppress with their own conditions both the soul that is susceptible of good counsel, and the other too that is given rather to anger. But tyrannical power is a life of luxury and full of lust, which, welded together out of pleasures endless and various and unlawful, holds a dominion over the entire mind. 16. Now the person who is the worst, Plato says, is not only base and pernicious, and a despiser of the gods, and lives a life without moderation, and inhuman, and unsociable, but agrees likewise with neither his neighbors nor himself, and thus is at variance not only with other persons, but himself likewise, and is an enemy not to others only, but likewise to himself; and hence such a person is friendly neither to the good, nor to any one at all, and not even to himself; but that he, whom no excess of wickedness can go beyond, appears to be the worst of all. He says, too, that such a person can never find a way for himself in the conduct of affairs, not merely on account of his ignorance, but because he knows not himself, and because thorough wickedness produces an unsettling in the mind by impeding that person's designs, when commenced and reflected on, and by not permitting any of those things to be done which he may wish. Hence, against a person the worst and most reprobate, not only do those vices which are according to nature produce a feeling of execration, such as envy is, and a delight in the misfortunes of others, but those likewise which nature does not reject, I mean pleasure and sickness of mind, regret, love, pity, fear, shame, and anger. Now this takes place on that account, because an ill regulated disposition has no moderation in whatever matter to which it rushes forward, and thus there is for it ever something deficient or redundant. Hence, too, the love of a man of this kind is depraved in its whole tenor, because it is not only eager from its unbridled lusts and insatiable thirst to swallow all kinds of pleasure, but because it is distracted in its judgment of beauty by an error without reason, through its being ignorant of true loveliness, and being a passionate admirer of the skin of the body, effete, enervated, and passing away; nor does it set a great value at least upon limbs colored by the sun, or rendered firm by exercise, but values rather those darkened by shade, or soft by sloth, and moulded with too much care. XVII. That wickedness does not stalk abroad willingly is plain in many ways. For injuriousness, Plato says, is an ill-regulated suffering and sickness of the mind, from whence he holds it clear that men are not carried to it willingly. For who would, with his own will, take upon himself so much of evil as to carry knowingly crime and flagitiousness in the best portion of the mind? When, therefore, the possession of evil is taken by the unthinking, it is meet that its use and doings should be supported by the ignorant; and on that account it is a worse thing to hurt than to be hurt, because the hurt is in those things which are of less value, namely in those of the body, and external, which can be either diminished or perish by fraud; while the preferable are unhurt, that relate to the soul itself; while to hurt is a far worse act. From whence it can be understood that by this error a mischief is brought upon good souls, and that he hurts himself more, who desires the destruction of another, than he hurts him against whom he plots things of such a kind. Since then to hurt another is of all evils the greatest, it is still much more grievous for him who does a hurt to depart with impunity, and it is more grievous and bitter than every punishment, if impunity is granted to a noxious person, and he does not suffer in the meantime a punishment from men; just as it is more grievous for a troop of most acute disorders to be in want of medicine, and to deceive medical men, and for those parts to be neither burnt nor cut off, by the pain of which the safety of the rest of the parts can be provided for. XVIII. Hence, as the best physicians do not apply healing hands to bodies despaired of and cried over as lost, in order that the attendants which would do no good may not prolong the period of pain, so it is better for those to die whose souls are stained by vices, and cannot be cured by the medicine of wisdom. For Plato thinks that the man ought to be driven from life, by whom the study of living properly cannot be obtained from nature or his own exertions; or, if the love of life holds him fast, that he ought to be delivered over to the wise, by whose art at some time he may be turned to better things. And truly it is better for such a person to be ruled over, and not to have the power of ruling over others, and to be not a lord, but a slave himself, as being impotent over his own vices, and to be assigned to the power of others, after obtaining as his lot the office of obeying rather than of commanding. He said likewise that the worse man is the greater reprobate, not on the sole ground that he is ever distracted by a choice of vices, and torn in pieces by the wave swell of desires, but because the more he is desirous of more things, the more he seems to himself to be in want, and on that account to others likewise. For the things that are hoped and wished for arrive scarcely a few in number, and by the greatest trouble; and to these succeeds the still more burning madness of desires. Nor by future evils only he is pained, but tortured likewise by the past and those in transit; all of which persons it is manifest can be drawn from evils of that kind by death alone. XIX. But the preeminently good and the immoderately bad are very few, and rather scarce, and, as he says, may be counted; but the majority are those who are neither clearly the best nor really the worst, but with, as it were, a medium in morals. And yet neither do the more excellent of them lay hold of all right things, nor do those who are to be blamed stumble in all. Of these the vices are not heavy, nor out of season, nor with too much of crime, whose basis is in a redundance or deficiency, to whom there is of approbation both an entirety and measure, and who, while they are taking a middle road between praise and blame, are constantly excited by the desire of undertaking matters of that kind, that at one time persons good and honorable invite them by reason, at another dishonorable gains and base pleasures attract them. With such men fidelity in friendship does not endure, and loves, not always incorrect, nor yet honorable, come into their minds. 20. A man, therefore, Plato says, cannot be perfectly wise, unless he excels the rest of men in disposition, and is complete in the arts, and in the parts of prudence, and has been imbued with them even from boyhood, and accustomed to deeds and words in accordance, while his soul has been cleansed and strained from the lees of pleasure, and abstinence and patience have been chosen with his whole soul, and learning and eloquence have proceeded from the knowledge of things. He, however, who has gone through these matters, and walked with a confident and secure step in the road of virtue, and has acquired a solid method of living, becomes on a sudden perfect; that is, he reaches on a sudden the extreme portions of time, past and future, and is in a certain manner intemporal. After this, when vices are shut out, and all things implanted and introduced which conduce to a happy life, the wise man thinks correctly that he does not depend upon others, nor can anything be brought upon himself from others, but that all things are in his own hand. On which account he is neither elated in prosperity, nor does he become contracted by adversity, when he knows that he is so furnished with adornments that he can be separated from them by no violence. Such a person it behoves not only to inflict no injury, but even not to return it. For he does not consider that to be an act of contumely which a wicked man commits, but he considers that to be so which patience cannot firmly endure. By which law of nature let it be engraven on his mind, that not one of those things, which the rest of mankind conceive to be evils, can do a hurt to a wise man. Indeed, Plato asserts that the wise man, relying on his conscience, will be secure and confident in the whole of life, both because he considers, by drawing himself to better reasons, that all things are accidents, and because he receives nothing with moroseness or difficulty, and persuades himself that his affairs belong to the immortal Gods. The same person beholds the day of his death creeping on, neither unwillingly nor without hope, because he trusts in the immortality of the soul. For the soul of the wise man, when liberated from the bonds of the body, migrates back to the Gods; and for the merits of a life past, rather purely and chastely, he does by this very endeavor conciliate himself to the condition of the Gods. 21. To the same wise man he gives the name of the best, and he rightly considers him both good and prudent, whose sound plans agree with acts the most correct, and whose principles proceed from a reason for what is just. This wise man, he further says, is the most brave, since by the vigor of his mind he is prepared to endure all things. Hence it is, he says, that fortitude is the nerve and very neck of the soul, just as cowardice, he says, borders upon weakness. Him, too, he correctly considers the only wealthy man, since he alone appears to possess the riches of virtue, which are more precious than all treasures. Moreover, the wise man ought to appear the most wealthy indeed, since he alone is able to rule over wealth for necessary uses. For the rest of men, although they are flowing over with riches, seem nevertheless to be poor, because they either know not their use, or apply them to the worst purposes. For it is not the absence of money that gives birth to want, but the presence of immoderate desires. It behoves then the philosopher, if he will be in want of nothing, and the despiser of, and superior to, all those things which men consider bitter to be borne, to do nothing otherwise than to endeavor constantly to separate the soul from its fellowship with the body; and hence philosophy is to be deemed a desire for death, and a habit of dying. XXII. It is meet for all good men to be friends amongst themselves, even if they are little known to each other; and they are to be considered friends by that power through which their manners and tenets agree, since like is not abhorrent from like. From hence it is clear that the fidelity of friendship can exist amongst the good alone. Now wisdom makes that young man a sedulous lover of good, who, by the goodness of his disposition, is rather ready to learn good arts. Nor will a deformity of body be able to drive away such a desire. For when the soul itself is pleasing, the whole man is loved; but when the body is desired, a man's worse part becomes agreeable to the heart. Justly then it is to be deemed that he who is acquainted with good persons will be desirous likewise of things of that kind. For he alone burns with good desires, who sees what is good with the eyes of the mind. This is to be wise. But because he who is ignorant of that must needs be a hater also, and not a friend of virtue. Nor vainly is such a person a lover of disgraceful pleasures. But the wise man will not come, in the manner of a wild beast, to do something for the sake of some pleasure, unless there shall be at hand the honorable emoluments of virtue. The same person it behoves to live a life in this kind of pleasure, honorable and admirable, and full of praise and glory, and to be preferred to all the rest of men, not only for the sake of these things, but to enjoy likewise alone and always its pleasantness and security. Nor will he be pained when deprived of the dearest objects of affection, either because all things which tend to happiness depend on himself, or because the infliction of such pain is forbidden by the decree and law of right reason, or because, if he tortures himself on such a ground, or takes upon himself that sickness of mind for the sake of him who is dead, as if the person were in a worse part, for his own sake, because he grieves that he has been deprived of such an acquaintance. But neither for the sake of the dead ought lamentations to be indulged in, since we know that the party has suffered no evil; and if he had been with good feelings, that he is added to the number of the better; nor for the sake of himself, inasmuch as he places everything upon himself; nor by the absence of anything can he be in want of virtue, of which he claims for himself the perpetual possession. The wise man, therefore, will not be sad. XXIII. The aim then of wisdom is that the wise man may by his merits be carried up to God. And this is about to be all his study, says Plato, that he may, by the emulation of his life, approach to the doings of the Gods. Now, this will be able to happen to him if he shows himself a man perfectly just, pious, and prudent; from whence, not only in the knowledge of looking forward, but in the labor of acting, it is fitting for him to follow those things which are approved of by Gods and men; since the highest of the Gods not only thinks upon all this universe through the reasoning of his reflections, but undertakes the first, the middle, and the last, and regulates what has been discovered thoroughly by the universality and constancy of a provident arrangement. Moreover, he says that the person appears to be happy to all to whom good is supplied, and who knows in what manner he ought to be free from vices. Now, one kind of happiness is, when we protect by the presence of our talents what we are doing; another, when nothing is wanting to the perfection of life, and we are content with the mere contemplation of it. Now, of each kind of happiness the source flows from virtue. But for the adornment of the genial place, or virtue, we need none of these aids from without, which we deem to be good. But for the uses of ordinary life there is a need of the care of the body, and of the protection of these things which come from without; yet, however, in such wise that they may become better by virtue, and, by its assistance, be united to the advantages of happiness, without which they are least of all to be held in the place of good things. Nor is it in vain that virtue alone can make persons most happy, since without it happiness cannot be found from other prosperous affairs. Since we say that the wise man is a foot follower and imitator of God, and we fancy that he does follow the Deity. For this does the saying mean, hepu theou, follow God. Now, not only does it behove him, while he inhabits this life, to speak words worthy of the Gods, and not to do those acts which are displeasing to their majesty, but at that time likewise, when he is leaving the body, which he will not do against the will of God. For though the power over death is in his hand, and though he knows that by leaving the things of earth he shall obtain what are better, still he ought not to bring death upon himself, unless the divine law shall decree that he must of necessity suffer it. And if the adornments of his previously past life do him honor, still it behoves him to be more honorable, and the lover of a favorable report, when, careless of the life of his posterity, he permits his soul to pass to immortality, and anticipates, because he has lived piously, that it will inhabit the places of the blessed, and mingle with the choirs of the Gods and demigods. XXIV. Respecting the constitution of states, and the preservation of commonwealths to be ruled over, Plato thus ordains. At the very commencement he defines the form of a state after this fashion: a state is the union of very many persons amongst themselves, where some are rulers, others inferiors, bringing, when united, aid and assistance to each other in turn, and regulating their duties by the same and correct laws; and a state would be one, like a villa, under the same walls, if the minds of the inhabitants are accustomed to like and dislike the same things. On which account we must persuade the founders of commonwealths that they increase their own people to that point of places in such a way that all may be known to the same ruler, and not unknown to each other; for thus it will happen that all will be of one mind, and be willing for justice to be done to them. But a great and healthy state it does not behove to depend on the multitude of its inhabitants, and on their great strength. For Plato thinks that not the power of the body, nor of money collected for the dominion of the many, is to be valued, with a bad heart and impotence; but when men adorned with all virtues, and all the inhabitants, founded on laws, obey a common decree. But the rest of states, which are not constituted after this model, he did not deem to be healthy, but were commonwealths filthy and swelling with disorders. Those, however, he said, were founded on reason, which were arranged after the manner of the soul, so that the best portion which excels in wisdom and prudence may rule over the multitude; and as that has the care of the whole body, so the beloved of prudence may defend the things advantageous to the state in general. And let fortitude likewise, the second portion of virtue, as it chastises and restrains the feeling of desire by its road, be vigilant in the state; and in the place of watchers by day, let the youth become soldiers for the benefit of all; but let the discipline of a superior council bridle, restrain, and if requisite, break down the restless and untamed, and on that account the worst of citizens. But that third part of the soul, the seat of desires, he considers on a par with the common people and land tillers, which he thinks is to be supported for its moderate usefulness. He denies, however, that a commonwealth can stand unless he who rules possesses a desire for wisdom, or unless he is chosen as the ruler who, it is agreed amongst all, is the most wise. XXV. He says, moreover, that all the citizens should be imbued with morality, so that there may be no desire of possessing gold and silver in those to whose guardianship and good faith the commonwealth is entrusted, and that they may not seek private wealth under the guise of its being public, and that hospitality may not take place of such a kind that, while the door is not open to others, they may so take care of food and living for themselves, as to waste on common feasts the money they may receive from those whom they protect. Marriages, too, he says, are not to be entered into individually, but are to be common, through the wise men of the states and magistrates appointed to that business by lot, arranging in a public manner the betrothals for marriages of that kind, and taking especial care that persons be not united unequal to, or unlike each other. With these is connected a useful and necessary confusion, so that through the bringing up of children, unknown as yet, being mixed together, there is produced a difficulty of recognition by parents. For, while they do not know their own, they believe all, whom they may see of that age, to be their own, and all become, as it were, the parents of all the children in common. Of these marriages there is sought at a proper time the union, of which he believes the fidelity will be firm, if the number of the days accords with the harmony of music; while they who are born of such marriages will be imbued with fitting studies, and taught by the best instructors in the common master hall of the preceptors; and this too, not merely those of the male sex, but of the female likewise, whom Plato wishes to be united in all arts that are thought to be peculiar to men, and even in those of war, since to both there is the same power, as their nature is one. He says too, that a state of this kind has no need of laws, laid down from without; for, being founded on the rules of prudence, and on that kind of institutions and manners, of which mention has been made, it does not require other laws. And this commonwealth he contends to have been formed by himself, as a feigned representation of the truth, for the sake of an example. XXVI. There is likewise another commonwealth built up by him, sufficiently just, and the best indeed in a certain appearance, and by way of an example, and not, as the former is, without proofs, but with some groundwork. In this, after seeking the principles of the origin of a state and its foundations, he discusses, not in his own name, its situation and advantages, and he proceeds to the point as to how a civil governor, after obtaining a place of that kind, and an assembly of many persons, ought, according to the nature of things present, and of persons coming together, to build up a state full of good laws, and of good morals. In this too he wishes the same bringing up of children, and the same discipline in arts to be adopted. But in the case of marriages, and births, and patrimonies, he swerves from the rules laid down for the former commonwealth, by making marriages an affair of individuals, and the business of the suitors themselves private. But though the parties in contracting a marriage ought to take counsel from their own wishes, yet he decrees that the matter, as belonging to public good, ought to be looked into by the chiefs of the state in general. Wherefore, let not the rich refuse a marriage with their inferiors, and let those in poverty obtain an union with the rich. And should there be an agreement in the strength of property, still different dispositions are to be mixed together, so that a quiet woman may be joined to a passionate man, and to a mild man may be united a rather excitable woman, in order that by such remedies, and the fruits of living together, the offspring, formed out of differing natures, may coalesce by a better produce of manners, and so the state be increased by the means of families put together. Children, too, conceived in the seed bed of dissimilar manners, when drawing in the fashion of a likeness of both, there will be wanting in them neither vigor in carrying on affairs, nor counsel in surveying them; but they are to be instructed according as the parents may determine. Individuals, too, may have houses and private property, as they may be able, which, however, he does not permit to be increased by avarice, or wasted by luxury, or deserted through negligence. and for this state he orders laws to be promulgated, and he exhorts the framer of laws, when he has an idea of doing such a thing, to direct his contemplation to virtue. 27. As regards the mode of government, he considers that to be useful which is formed by the mixture of three kinds; for he does not think that the mere form of government, either by the upper orders or of the mob, is by itself useful, nor does he leave the faults of rulers unpunished; but he determines that a reason for ruling exists rather with those who are the superior in power, and other conditions of public affairs are thought to be defined by him which have a leaning towards correct morals; and to the ruler over the commonwealth, which he wishes to stand fast by the correction of errors, he gives an order that he first fill up the laws remaining incomplete, and that he desire the laws to be corrected that are wrong, and then that he turn the teachings which are corrupting the good of the state to a better account; from which, if the depraved masses cannot be turned aside by advice and persuasion, they must be drawn from the course they have commenced by force, and without a show of favor to any one. He describes, too, how in an active state the whole mass conducts itself when led by goodness and justice; for such persons will take to their arms their nearest relations, will guard their honors, drive off intemperance, restrain injustice, and give to modesty and the other ornaments of life the greatest honors; nor let a multitude rashly fly together to the constitutions of commonwealths of that kind, except those who have been brought up under the best laws and superior institutions, and are moderate towards others, and agreeing amongst themselves. 28. Of citizens worthy to be blamed there are four kinds. One is of those who are the chiefs in honor; another is of the few, with whom the power over affairs rests; the third is of the rule of all; the last of that of a tyrant. Now, the first kind, he says, is produced then, when the more prudent persons are driven from the state by seditious magistrates, and the power is transferred to these who are strong in hand merely, and when not those who could conduct affairs with milder counsels obtain the means of ruling, but those who are turbulent and violent. But the state of the few is obtained when many persons, poor and criminal, and at the same time lying under the impotence of the wealthy few, give themselves up and permit; and when all the power of government, not good morals, but riches have obtained. The popular faction is strengthened when the mass, without wealth, does by its strength hold out against the means of the rich, and the law is at the bidding of the people promulgated, that it is lawful for all to obtain honors equally. After this there arises then the individual head of that tyranny, when he who shall have broken through the laws through his contempt for them, shall make an attack upon the government, after being fitted for it by a similar conspiracy amongst the lawless, and ordain subsequently that the whole mass of citizens are to obey his desires and wishes, and to regulate their obsequiousness by such an aim. End of Section 28, and end of Book 2. Book 3 of Apuleius on the Doctrines of Plato, by Apuleius, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Book 3 on the Philosophy of Reasoning. 1. The study of wisdom, which we call philosophy, seems to most persons to contain three kinds or parts, relating to nature, and morals, and reasoning, of which last I now propose to speak, and in which is comprehended the art of discussion. But while we are discussing the subject of speaking, of which there are various kinds, such as of giving a command or orders, of narrating, wishing, vowing, being angry, hating, envying, favoring, pitying, admiring, despising, reproaching, repenting, deploring, and as well of bringing pleasure as of striking terror, in which it is the part of a superior speaker to be able to make statements that are diffused in a narrow compass, and what are narrowed in a wide one, what is commonplace in a pretty manner, and what is new in a customary one, to make what is great little, and matters very great out of little, and to do very many other things of that kind, there is amongst these one relating for the most part to a proposition. This is called enunciable when it comprehends an absolute sentiment, and is the only one of all that is exposed to truth or falsehood, which Sergius calls effatum, an expression; Varro, proloquium, a forespeaking; Cicero, enuntiatum, an enunciation; the Greeks, protasin, a forestretching; likewise axioma, which I render, word for word, as well by protensionem as by rogamentum, an asking, but which may be called more familiarly a proposition. 2. Now of propositions, as well as of their conclusions, there are two kinds: one the predicative, which is simple too, as if we should say, "He who rules is happy;" another substitutive or conditional, which is compounded too, as if you should say, "He who rules, if he is wise, is happy." For you substitute a condition, through which a person, unless he is wise, is not happy. But we will now speak of the predicative, which naturally precedes, and is, as it were, the element, id est, the principle, of the substitutive. There are likewise other differences, namely, of quantity and quality. Of quantity, in that some are general, as "every breathing thing is alive;" others particular, as "some animals do not breathe;" others undefined, as "animal breathes;" for the assertion does not define whether it is every one or some one. Nevertheless, it always avails in the place of a particular, because it is more safe to admit from what is uncertain that which is less; but of quality, in that some are affirmative, because they affirm something about something, as "virtue is a good;" for it affirms that there is goodness in virtue; others negative, as "virtue is not a good;" for it denies that there is goodness in virtue. The Stoics consider this too an affirmative when they say, "It happens to a certain pleasure to be not a good." It affirms therefore what happens to it, that is, what it is. For that reason, they say, it is affirmative, because it affirms there is in that thing, in which it has denied there is that, which does not seem to be in it; but they call that alone negative to which a negative particle is prefixed. Now these will be beaten as well in other points as in this. Should a person make this inquiry, that which has not substance does not exist. For they will be compelled, according to what they assert, to confess that what has no substance is that which does not exist. 3. A proposition, says Plato in the Theaetetus, consists of two parts of speech, a noun and verb, in the fewest words, as Apuleius discusses, which is either true or false, and is therefore a proposition. From whence some have laid it down that there are only those two parts of speech, because from those alone can be formed a perfect speech, that is, one which includes a sentence entirely, and that adverbs and pronouns and participles and conjunctions, and the rest of things of that kind, which grammarians enumerate, are no more the parts of speech than are the parts of ships their ornaments, or of men their hairs; but that in the whole framework of a speech they are certainly to be reckoned in the place of bolts, and pitch, and glue. Moreover, of the two parts before mentioned, one is called the subjective, as if it were placed under, as apouleius; the other the declarative, as discusses, or discusses not. For it declares what Apuleius is doing. It is permissible, however, while the meaning remains the same, to extend each part to more words, as if instead of Apuleius you should say, "the Platonic philosopher of Madaura," and in like manner, instead of discussing, you should say that he is making use of a speech. For the most part, the subject is the minor in a proposition, and the predicate the major, inasmuch as it embraces not only this subject, but others likewise. For not only does Apuleius discuss, but many others who can be comprehended under the same predicate, unless perchance a peculiarity belonging to something is predicated of it, as if you should say, "That which is a horse is able to neigh." Now, to neigh is peculiar to a horse. Hence, in these peculiarities, equal is the predicate, and equal too the subject; but not, as in other cases, the former is the major, since when the same proposition might conversely become the subject, and have as the predicate of itself that which it had previously as the subject, as if by changing the order you should say, "That which is able to neigh is a horse." But you would not be able to convert in like manner the terms when they are unequal; for, not because it is true that "every man is an animal," will it on that account be true if you convert the terms that "every animal is a man." For it is not as peculiar to a man to be an animal as it is to a horse to neigh, since there are other animals without number. Hence the predicate is known in many ways, although the question be proposed in a converse order: first, because the predicate can embrace more things than the subject; next, because it is never ended by a noun, but always by a verb, by which especially it is distinguished, even in the peculiarities alluded to from an equal subject. This likewise is to be considered in the way of a comparison, that as propositions taken as a whole are both definite and indefinite, so it is agreed that portions of them, subjective as well as declarative, are partly defined as "man" and "animal," and partly undefined as "not a man" and "not an animal." For they do not define what a thing is, when they say it is not, but merely show that there is something else besides it. 4. We must now state in what manner these four propositions are affected towards each other, which it will not be foreign to the purpose to view in the figure of a square. Let there be then, on the upper line, as expressed below, an affirmative and a negative, both universal, as "all pleasure is a good," and "no pleasure is a good," and let these be called disagreeing. And in like manner, on the lower line, under each universal, let a particular be noted: "some pleasure is a good," and "some pleasure is not a good," and let these be called subequals to each other. Then let oblique lines be drawn from the angles of the square, one extending from the universal affirmative to the particular negative, another from the particular affirmative to the universal negative; and let them, as they are the contrary to each other in quantity and quality, be called one or the other, because it is necessary for one or the other to be true, which is called a perfect and whole contest. But between the subequals and the disagreeing the contest is divided, because the disagreeing never become at the same time true, although they are occasionally at the same time false; while conversely The subequals are never indeed false at the same time, although occasionally they are at the same time true; and on this account the refutation of either of these confirms the other, whereas the confirmation of either does not refute the other. But of the disagreeing, he who has laid down either one takes off the other, whereas conversely he who takes off either one does not lay down the other. For in truth, he who confirms either of the so called one or the other never refutes the other, while he who refutes the other confirms either of the so called one or the other. But when either of the universals is proved, it confirms its own particular; but when it is refuted, it does not weaken it; and conversely, when either of the particulars is refuted, it weakens its own universal; but when it is proved, it does not confirm it. Now that all this is so, as we assert, that which is delineated below easily shows from the propositions themselves; for it is ascertained what a person concedes, who shall have made any proposition. 5. Now either of the universals is destroyed in three ways: when its particular is shown to be false, or either one of the two others, whether the disagreeing or the subneutral; but it is supported in one way, if the subneutral belonging to it is shown to be false. On the other hand, either of the particulars is destroyed, if its subneuter; but it is supported in three ways, if its universal is true, or either of the two others is false, whether its subequal or subneuter. The same facts we shall observe in the case of equivalent propositions. Now those are said to be equivalent, which under another enunciation have an equal power, and are at the same time true, or at the same time false, one on account of the other, as the undefined and the particular. Moreover, every proposition, if it assumes at its commencement a negative particle, becomes as its subalternate equivalent; as when there is an universal affirmative, "All pleasure is a good," if a negation be prefixed to it, it will be, "Not all pleasure is a good," having the same meaning as its subalternate had, "Some pleasure is not a good." And in the three other propositions the same thing is to be understood. 6. Then, with respect to conversion, an universal negative and its subalternate, a particular affirmative, are said to be convertible propositions, on that account, because their portions, subjective and declarative, are able to preserve always their mutual changes, the condition of truth or falsehood still remaining. For as this proposition is true, "No prudent man is impious," so, if you make a change in its parts, it will be true to say, "No impious man is prudent." In like manner, as it is false to say, "No man is an animal," so, if you make a change, it will be false to say, "No animal is a man." By parity of reasoning, a particular affirmative becomes convertible. "A certain grammarian is man," and "A certain man is a grammarian." This result the two other propositions cannot always effect, although they sometimes undergo a conversion; nor yet are they on that account said to be convertible, for that which sometimes deceives is rejected as uncertain. Each proposition must therefore be laid open through all its significations as to whether it agrees when it is taken conversely. Nor are those universally true, but only five; for either the peculiarity of something is declared, or its genus, or difference, or defined limit, or accident; nor beyond these predicates can anything be found in any proposition. For instance, should you lay down man as the subject, you would say something of him, or mark out a peculiarity of his, as being able to laugh; or his genus, as an animal; or his difference, as being rational; or defined limit, as a mortal animal endued with reason; or accident, as being an orator. Since everything which is declarative of anything either can or cannot be in turn its subjective; and if it can, it either marks out what it is, and is thus a defined limit, or it does not mark out, and is thus a peculiarity. But if it cannot, there is either that which ought to be placed in the definition, and thus there is a genus or difference, or what ought not to be placed, and is thus an accident. Through these means, then, it will be known that the particular negative is not convertible. Now, the universal affirmative is not by itself convertible, but it can be nevertheless made convertible as a particular. For example, when the proposition is, "Every man is an animal," it cannot be converted so as to be, "Every animal is a man," but it may be as a particular, "A certain animal is man." But this is in a simple conversion, which is called in the inferences of conclusions a reflex. There is likewise another conversion of propositions, which draws not only the order, but likewise the parts themselves to the contrary, so that what is defined becomes undefined, and on the other hand, what is undefined becomes defined. This conversion the two remaining, namely, the universal affirmative and the particular negative, admit in turn, as "Every man is an animal," and "Everything that is not an animal is not a man." In like manner, "A certain animal is not rational," and "A certain thing which is not rational is not an animal." Now, that this is so constantly, as we have said, you will discover by exploring all the five species before mentioned. 7. The combination of propositions is said to be their connection through another common part, by which they are united, for they can thus agree towards one conclusion. Now, that common part must needs be in both propositions the subject, or in both the predicate, or in one the subject, and in the other the predicate. The forms therefore become three, of which let that be called the first, when that common part is in one the subject, in the other the predicate; which order is content, not with an enumeration only, but with the worthiness of the conclusions; since the third form is the last, because from it nothing is inferred except a particular; but superior to this is the second, which contains universal inferences, but only of a negative kind; and the first is thus the powerful one, because in it every kind of inferences is contained. Now, I call that an inference or inferential question which is collected and inferred from admissions. Moreover, an admission is the proposition which is conceded by the respondent. For instance, should a person propose this question, "Is every honorable thing good?" It is a proposition; and if the respondent says that he assents, there is, on the question being removed, an admission, which is itself in common parlance the proposition, "Every honorable thing is good." To this you may unite another admission, proposed and conceded in a similar manner, "Every good thing is useful." From this combination arises, as we shall presently show, the inferential kind of the first mode, universal, if stated directly. Therefore, every honorable thing is useful; but particular, if stated inversely. Therefore, a useful thing is honorable; because a universal affirmative can be converted in the manner of a particular only in the case of inverted propositions. Now, an inference, I say, is made directly when the same part is the subject, as well in the combination as in the inference itself; and likewise the predicate is the same, when it exists in both ways; but it is made inversely, when the same thing takes place in an inverse order. 8. Now let the whole of the reasoning, which is made up of admissions and inferences, be called by the name of a gathering together of a conclusion; and it may be most conveniently defined, according to Aristotle, as a discourse in which, some things being conceded, something else beside what have been conceded necessarily turns out, but yet through what have been conceded. In which definition no other kind of a discourse is to be understood than what is enunciable, which, as we have stated above, is alone either true or false; and the expression, "some things being conceded," is put in the plural on that account, because a gathering together cannot take place from one admission, although it appears to Antipater the Stoic, contrary to the opinion of all, that this conclusion is complete. Thou seest, therefore thou art alive. Whereas it would be complete in this way: if thou seest, thou art alive, but thou dost see, therefore thou art alive. Moreover, because we want to draw a conclusion not in what is conceded, but in what is denied, on that account it is stated in the definition that something else necessarily turns out beside what has been conceded. On which account the forms adopted by the Stoics are superfluous, that go through not the same thing in a different manner. For example, "It is day or night; now it is day." Moreover, they double the same: "If day is, day is; therefore day is." Vainly then do they draw an inference where a concession is made willingly and without a controversy. This is more like the truth when I assert: "If day is, there is light; now day is, therefore it is light," that I am not wrongly drawing a conclusion beyond what I have admitted. For "it is light," which is in the conclusion, has been also in the major proposition. But this we will refute in this manner, by saying that "therefore it is light" is said in a different manner in the conclusion, so that it may be shown it is now light; but it is taken in a different manner in the minor proposition, in which it is not said that it is now light, but merely that it follows that if there be day, there will be likewise light. Now there is a great difference whether you affirm that something exists in this way now, or merely that it is wont to be when something else goes before. That too has taken place, namely, that in the same definition the idea of necessity has been included, in order that the force of the conclusion may be distinguished from the likeness to an induction. For in an induction some things are conceded; for instance, a man moves the lower jaw, a horse moves the lower jaw, and so does the ox and dog. From these admissions something else is inferred in the conclusion: "Therefore every animal likewise moves the lower jaw." But as this is not true in the case of the crocodile, you cannot, although the preceding are conceded, admit the inference which it would not have been lawful for you to refuse in the conclusion, since the inference is comprehended in the admission itself; and on this account there has been added the expression, "turn out necessarily." Nor is even the last part of the definition superfluous; but it shows, from the very things which it has conceded, that the inference ought to turn out, but not that it would be established. 9. But on these points enough has been said, and we must now lay down by what modes and combinations true conclusions take place within a determinate number of the predicative kind of propositions. In the first form there are found 9 modes, taken by themselves, but 6 combinations. In the second, four modes, but three combinations. In the third, six modes, but five combinations, respecting which, taken in their order, I will here put down the proofs, premising that a conclusion cannot be established from particular propositions alone, or from negative alone, because they can often lead even to what is false. Moreover, that although, if either negative is united to many affirmatives, an inference is produced, not affirmative, but negative, still only one negative mixed with the rest has any power. Similar, too, is the force of particular propositions; for either of them, if mixed with universals, produces a particular inference. Hence, in the first form, the first mode is that which deduces from universal affirmatives an universal affirmative directly, as, "Every just thing is honorable." Now every honorable thing is good; therefore every just thing is good. But if you draw the inference by a bend, for instance, "Therefore a certain good thing is just," there is produced by the same combination the fifth mode; for in this manner alone, I have shown above, can an universal affirmative undergo a bend. The second mode is that which deduces from universals affirmative and negative, an universal negative directly, as, "Every just thing is honorable," but no honorable thing is base; therefore no just thing is base. Now, if you draw the inference by a bend, as, "Therefore no just thing is base," you will produce the sixth mode; for, as it has been stated, an universal negative is bent back on itself. We ought, however, to remember only that the subject is to be drawn from the affirmative to the inference in the second mode, and on that account it, the affirmative, is to be considered the prior, although the negative is enunciated previously. In like manner, in the case of the rest, that which is the prior in power is to be undestroyed as the prior in order; but in the sixth mode, the subjective is drawn from the negative, and this is their only difference. Further, the third mode is that which deduces from affirmatives particular and universal; a particular affirmative, as, "A certain just thing is honorable," but every honorable thing is useful; therefore a certain just thing is useful. But if you draw an inference with a bend, "Therefore a certain useful thing is just," you will produce the seventh mode; for, as it has been stated, a particular affirmative is turned back on itself. The fourth mode is that which deduces from a particular affirmative and an universal negative a particular negative directly, as, "A certain just thing is honorable, but no honorable thing is base; therefore a certain just thing is not base." From this mode are discovered the changes contrary to the preceding, since the eighth and ninth preserve the inference of that proposition, not as it is bent by it, and the two merely bend the combination itself by propositions called equivalent, and in an inverted order, so that the negative becomes the prior, and thus the mode is said to deduce both by an inversion of the combinations. For if you insert the universal negative of the fourth mode, and subjoin to it the universal affirmative, which the particular affirmative shall have inverted, there will be produced the eighth mode, which deduces from universals negative and affirmative; a particular negative in a bent manner, as, "No base thing is honorable, but every honorable thing is just; therefore a certain just thing is not base." But why the fourth mode alone should generate two others, while the rest generate only one each, the reason is, that if we invert both propositions of the second mode, there will be produced a vain combination of two particular propositions; but if only one or the other, there will be produced either the second form or the third. X. Of these nine modes, in the first form, the four first are called non-demonstrable, not because they cannot be demonstrated, as the swelling of the tides of the whole sea, which has not been demonstrated as yet by a person who knows the things of nature, and the squaring of the circle, but because they are so simple and so manifest as not to require demonstration, so that they produce themselves the rest, and impart from themselves a belief in them. Of the second form we will now lay down the modes. The first mode in the second form is that which deduces from universals affirmative and negative, an universal negative directly, as every just thing is honorable, but no base thing is honorable; therefore that which is not just is dishonorable. This mode is reduced to the second not demonstrable by its second terms being inverted. The second mode is that which deduces from the universals negative and affirmative, an universal negative directly, as no base thing is honorable, but every just thing is honorable; therefore no base thing is just. This mode does not differ from the former combination, except that it draws the subjective portion from the negative to the inference, because the order of the enunciation is varied in this way, a circumstance that could not take place in the first form. The third mode is that which deduces from a particular affirmative and an universal negative a particular negative directly, as a certain just thing is honorable, but no base thing is honorable; therefore a certain just thing is not base. In this proposition, if we invert the universal negative, there will arise the fourth not demonstrable, from which this is produced. The fourth mode is that which deduces from a particular negative and an universal affirmative a particular negative directly, as a certain just thing is not base, but every bad thing is base; therefore a certain just thing is not bad. Now this mode alone is proved through the impossible alone, about which kind of proposition we will speak, while explaining the modes of the third form. XI. In the third form, the first mode is that which deduces from universal affirmatives a particular affirmative, as well directly as inversely, as every just thing is honorable, and every just thing is good; therefore a certain honorable thing is good. Or thus: therefore a certain good thing is honorable. Since it matters not what part from each proposition you make the subject, as it does not matter which you first enunciate. Hence Theophrastus does not rightly decide that on this account there is not one mode, but two. The second mode is that which deduces from affirmatives, particular and universal, an affirmative particular directly, as a certain just thing is honorable, and every just thing is good; therefore a certain honorable thing is good. The third mode is that which deduces from affirmatives, universal and particular, an affirmative particular directly, as every just thing is honorable, and a certain just thing is good; therefore a certain good thing is honorable. The fourth mode is that which deduces from universals affirmative and negative, a negative particular directly, as every just thing is honorable, but no just thing is bad; therefore a certain honorable thing is not bad. The fifth mode is that which deduces from an affirmative particular and a negative universal an affirmative particular directly, as a certain just thing is honorable, but no just thing is bad; therefore a certain honorable thing is not bad. The sixth mode is that which deduces from an affirmative universal and a negative particular a negative particular directly, as every just thing is honorable, and a certain just thing is not bad; therefore a certain honorable thing is not bad. 12. Of these six modes, the three first are reduced to the third not demonstrable by the first proposition of the first and second mode being inverted, while the third has the same combination with the second, but differing in this alone, that it takes from an universal its subjective portion, inasmuch as it is reduced to the third by the inversion not only of the proposition, but of the inference. In like manner, the fourth and fifth are produced from the fourth not demonstrable by their first propositions being inverted. But the sixth mode cannot be reduced to any not demonstrable mode by either both propositions or one or the other being inverted, but it is proved merely by what is impossible, just as the fourth mode in the second form, and on that account both are numbered the last. But of the rest the arrangement is made in all the forms according to the difference of the combinations and inferences. For since to make an assertion is prior to giving a denial, and an universal has a greater power than a particular, universals are prior to particulars, and to both are similar an affirmation and an inference, and that mode is placed before which is reduced more quickly to the not demonstrable mode, that is to say, by one inversion, which is one method of proving that those modes are fixed for a conclusion. There is likewise another method, which is common to all, even the not demonstrable, and which is said to be through what is impossible, and is called by the Stoics the first laying down or the first exposition, which they define thus: if from two assertions a third is deduced, one of them, when it collects inferences from a contrary, leaves the contrary. But the old logicians have thus defined: when one or the other of two propositions is assumed, if the inference of every conclusion is done away, the remaining proposition is done away. Now, this was invented in opposition to those who, after admissions have been made, impudently refuse to receive what is deduced from them, while from that which they deny something may be discovered contrary to that which they had previously conceded. Moreover, since it is impossible for contraries to be at one and the same time true, they are consequently driven by what is impossible to the conclusion. Nor have logicians vainly laid down that that mode is true in which the contrary to an inference together with an admission of one or the other proposition does away the remaining one. But the Stoics conceive that an inference is rejected by merely prefixing a negative particle, or that one of the propositions is done away, as for example, all and not all, or some one and not some one. 13. There are then produced against each conclusion eight of a contrary kind, which may be opposed to it, since each admission may be done away by two methods. And there are produced twice four conclusions by a negative particle being at one time prefixed to the inference, and at another by one or the other of the inferences being accepted. Let there be as an example the first not demonstrable mode: every just thing is honorable, and every honorable thing is good; therefore every just thing is good. Now he who, after admitting the propositions, denies the inference, must necessarily say, some one just thing is not good. To this, if you prefix the former of the two conceded, every just thing is honorable, an inference is produced, according to the second mode in the third form: therefore some one honorable thing is not good, which is repugnant to the second proposition that had conceded that every honorable thing is good. In like manner, this conclusion is altogether an opposite one, if, while things remain the same, you introduce its equivalent, as for instance, therefore not everything honorable is good. In a similar manner, two other conclusions would be produced, if, as we have just now laid down the former proposition, so we assume the latter: some one just thing is not good. but every honorable thing is good. There will be produced a double inference belonging to the fourth mode of the second form, namely, therefore not every just thing is honorable, or therefore some one just thing is not honorable, both of which are equally repugnant to the former proposition, which had conceded that every just thing is honorable. While these four conclusions remain, the proposition alone being changed, if, in lieu of that which was, some one just thing is not good, you make the proposition, not every just thing is good, so that the inference may be done away in two methods, there will be, through the same changes, four conclusions of the second form. In like manner, if in lieu of the same proposition you make it, no just thing is good, so that the inference may be done away by three methods, there will be four conclusions of the third form, but only in the case of those which have an universal inference, for that alone can be done away by three methods; but in the others there are only eight, which, if a person wishes, he will be able to arrange singly under each mode through all the forms, after the example we have laid down, so that in the manner of persons arguing hypothetically by means of letters, the order of the propositions being changed, while their power remains, the first, not demonstrable mode may be, A is affirmed of every B, and B of every C, therefore A is of every C. They begin from the declaring, and consequently from the second proposition. This mode, then, made perfect according to these, becomes backwardly of this kind: every C is B, and every B is A, therefore every C is A. The Stoics, however, instead of letters adopt numbers, as, if there is a first, there is a second; but there is a first, therefore there is a second. But Aristotle puts forth in the first form only four modes not demonstrable, while Theophrastus and the rest enumerate five. For, by uniting an indefinite proposition, they deduce likewise an indefinite inference. But this it is needless to bring forward, since an indefinite proposition is done away in the place of a particular one, and the modes become the same as those in the case of a particular proposition. 14. So too, we have shown, there are four in the first form, which if a person wishes to double, by accepting an indefinite in the place of a particular, and subjoining an indefinite inference, there will be in all 29. But Aristo of Alexandria and some younger Peripatetics suggest, moreover, five other modes of an universal inference, namely, three in the first form, and two in the second, in the place of which they deduce something of a particular one; for it is very silly for him, to whom more has been conceded, to infer less. Now it is proved that all the determinate modes in the three forms are only the 19 which we have shown above; for there are four propositions, namely, two particulars and two universals. Each of these, says Aristotle, is combined in four ways, so that it may be subjoined to itself, and be put before three others; and thus there will be 16 combinations in each form. Of these there are six that possess a power equally in all; two, when of negatives, either one precedes the other; but four, when of particulars, any one precedes itself, or is subjoined to another. For nothing can be concluded whenever there are either two particulars or two negatives. There remain then for each form 10 combinations. Moreover, out of these, as well in the first as second form, two possess no power when an universal affirmative is placed before a particular one. Similarly, in both the first and second form, two may be cut out, in which a particular negative precedes either of the universals. From whence it arises that there remain of the first form 6 combinations in 9 modes, and still 8 for the two remaining forms, of which there is one that is proved in neither of them, when an universal negative precedes a particular affirmative. Of those seven which remain, there are four in the second form peculiar and false, when an universal affirmative is united either to itself or to its particular in any place, or when the other precedes. In like manner, two in the third form are peculiar, and possess no power, when either of the negatives precedes an universal affirmative. But the remaining three in the second form, and five in the third, we have shown to be determinate, when we reduced them to six combinations of the first form. Hence, out of 48 combinations, 14 alone are proved. The remaining 34, which I have reckoned up, are rejected, because they are able to exhibit false conclusions from true premises, of which it is easy for any one to make a trial by means of the five significations mentioned above, of kind, peculiarity, etc. But of those 14 which we have proved, the inferences themselves show that there are not more modes than have been stated above, so that they may be received as well directly as inversely, as far as the very truth permits, and on that account their number cannot be increased. End of section 14, and end of book 3, and end of Apuleius on the doctrines of Plato. The Life of Plato by Hesychius of Miletus, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Plato, the philosopher, is said to have never undergone even once the marriage state or sexual intercourse. And they say that his mother became pregnant from a divine vision when Apollo appeared to her; but when she had brought forth Plato, that her husband cohabited with her, and that, being with broad shoulders or face, he was called Plato. But some assert that he was so called from being broad in his discourses. Hence Timon, while ridiculing him, says in his farcical verses, "The broadest man led all, but with sweet voice he talked, the picture of the TEDx kind, that settling on the trees of Hecademus, their pleasant note pour forth." For the spot which is now Academia was formerly called Hecademia. He made for himself a mingling of the doctrines of Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates. For on things perceptible by the senses he philosophized according to Heraclitus; on those perceptible by mind, according to Pythagoras; but on those relating to politics, according to Socrates. He was likewise much indebted to Epicharmus; for Epicharmus says, "The wise assert that the soul perceives some things through the body, as, for example, by hearing and seeing; but on other things it reflects itself by itself, without making any use of the body; and hence of the things that exist, some are perceptible by the senses, and some by the mind." On which account Plato has said that it is requisite for those who desire to look into the principles of the universe to separate in the first place ideas themselves by themselves, such as similitude, and unity, and number, and magnitude, and rest, and motion; secondly, to lay down itself by itself beauty, and goodness, and justice, and such kind of things; and thirdly, to look into such of the ideas as have a relation to each other, to wit, science, or magnitude, or arbitrary power, and to consider that what are with us have the same name as those through their participating in them. I mean that things are just, such as participate in the abstractedly just; and are beautiful, such as participate in the abstractedly beautiful; and that each of the species is eternal, and a notion, and moreover not subject to circumstances. Hence he says, likewise, that ideas exist in nature as if they were patterns, and that the rest of things are like to them as being their resemblances. Epicharmus, too, thus expresses himself touching the abstractedly good and ideas. Seems not the case, then, to be thus about the good, that of itself it is a thing, and he who, learning, knows it, good becomes; just as a piper who has learnt to pipe, or to dance has a dancer learnt, or some weaver to weave, or what you will of trades like these, himself's the artist, not the art. Plato accompanied Chabrias the general on trial for a capital charge, when not one of the citizens was willing to do so, and when Chrobulus the informer met him as he was going up together with Chabrias to the Acropolis, and said, "Art thou come to plead on the side of another, not knowing that the hemlock of Socrates awaits thee?" He replied, "When too I served in the army, for the sake of fatherland, I endured dangers; and now, for the sake of duty, on account of a friend, I will endure them." But though he was such a kind of person, he was nevertheless scoffed at by the writers of comedy. At least Theopompus says, "For one is none, and two, as Plato holds, is scarcely one." And Anaxandrides, too, in his Theseus, "When olives he devoured, that Plato loves." And Timon likewise, while thus playing on the letters of his name, "As Plato plates, in plated wonders skilled." Alexis, in Meropes, "Thou art come in time, since I, in doubtings tossed, am walking up and down, and Plato like find naught that's wise, but merely tire my feet." And in Anculion, A. "Thou speak'st of what thou knowest not one jot." B. "Mind has with Plato been a running." A. "Know'st thou what is a pound, and onions what?" B. "Not I." Amphis, in Amphicrates, A. "What is the good which you are about to have through her? I know still less than does my master of the good in Plato." On questions which he comprehended, Plato exhibits his opinions, and falsehoods he confutes; but on points that are uncertain he holds back; and what he has made up his mind upon, he exhibits by means of four characters: Socrates, Timaeus, the Athenian guest, and the one from Elea; but amongst those confuted for falsehoods he introduces Thrasymachus, Callicles, Paulus, and Gorgias. He asserted that the principle of the soul was arithmetical, but of the body geometrical; and he defined it to be an idea of a breath standing apart on every side, and that it is self‐moved and tripartite. End of the Life of Plato. The Life of Plato, by Olympiadarus, translated by George Burgess. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Come then, let us speak of the family of the philosopher, not for the sake of prolixity, but of benefit rather and instruction to those who betake themselves to him; for he was not a nobody, but rather to many of mankind he was a care. For Plato is said to have been a son of his father Ariston, the son of Aristocles, from whom he carried up his family to Solon the lawgiver; and hence he wrote, in imitation of his ancestor, the laws in 12 books, and a political constitution in 11. He came into the world by his mother Perictione, who was descended from Neleus, the son of Codrus. For they say that Apollo, in a vision, had an intercourse with his mother Perictione, and appearing in the night to Ariston, ordered him to have no connection with Perictione until the time of her bringing forth. And so he acted. And his parents, taking him after his birth, and when he was still an infant, placed him on Mount Hymettus, intending to make a sacrifice to the deities there, namely Pan, and the nymphs, and Apollo, who presides over shepherds. But while he was lying there, bees came and filled his mouth with honey from the comb, in order that it might be said truly of him, "From his mouth flowed a voice than honey far more sweet." And he calls himself on every side, and a fellow slave with the swans, as if he had proceeded from Apollo, for the bird belongs to Apollo. In early life he first went as a pupil to Dionysius the grammar master, to learn the common course of instruction, of whom he has made mention in the Rivals, in order that Dionysius might not be without a share of remembrance on the part of Plato. After him he made use of Ariston the Argive as his master in gymnastics, by whom, as they say, his name was changed into Plato, having been previously called Aristocles, after his grandfather. And he was called Plato from his having two parts of his body very wide, namely his breast and forehead, as his likeness proves, put up everywhere with such a representation. But others assert that it was not for this reason his name was changed, but on account of the breadth and diffuseness and openness of the style adopted by him, just as they say that Theophrastus, who was previously called Turtimus, had his name changed to Theophrastus on account of the divine nature of his language. For his music master he had Dracon, the pupil of Damon, of whom he has made mention in the Republic. These were the three things the boys at Athens were taught: I mean, grammar, music, and wrestling, not simply for themselves, but grammar to embellish the language natural to them, music to tame violent passions, and wrestling and gymnastics to strengthen the relaxed state of desire. In these three points Alcibiades appears to have been instructed by him, and hence Socrates says to him, "But to play on the pipe you were not willing," and what follows. Plato went likewise to painters, from whom he derived some benefit in the mixing of colors, of which he has made mention in the Timaeus. Subsequently he received instructions from the writers of tragedy likewise, who were considered to be the instructors of Greece; and he went to them for the sake of the moral and solemn style of tragedy, and the heroical nature of their subjects selected by them; and he made an acquaintance with the dithyrambic poets, for the honor of Dionysus, who is said to be the superintendent of generation. For to that deity the dithyramb is sacred, from whom likewise it had its name; for Dionysus is dithyrambus, as having proceeded from two doors, namely Semele and the thigh of Jupiter. For the ancients were wont to call things caused by the names of the causing, as they call Dionysus likewise; and hence Proclus says on this subject, "Parents, from what they see and know, upon their children names bestow." Now, that Plato exercised himself in dithyrambics is evident from the Phaedrus, a dialogue that breathes very much of a dithyrambic style, inasmuch as Plato wrote, as reported, that dialogue the first. He took likewise great delight in Aristophanes, the comic writer, and in Sophron, from whom he benefited in his imitation of the characters in his dialogues. And he is reported to have been so delighted that, when he was dead, copies of Aristophanes and Sophron were found on his couch, and he made himself this epigram upon Aristophanes: "The Graces, when they wished to find a shrine that should forever live, said what they sought alone the mind of Aristophanes could give. And he made fun of Aristophanes in his dialogue called The Banquet, as having derived some benefit in the style of comedy. For after making him the god of love, he introduces him as seized during the conversation with hiccups, and unable to finish the hymn. He composed likewise tragic and dithyrambic poetry, and some other things, all of which he burnt after he had made a trial of an intercourse with Socrates, and pronouncing a verse of this kind: Come here, Hephaestus, Plato needs thy aid. And a certain Anatolius, a grammarian, on speaking again the verse, was in some repute with Hephaestus, who had been appointed governor of the city. For he said to him, Come here, Hephaestus, Pharos needs thy aid. They say, moreover, that when Socrates was about to receive him as a disciple, he saw as a vision in a dream that a swan without wings had settled on his knees, and, becoming fledged on the instant, flew up to the sky, and sung something so sweet that he enchanted all who heard it, and this indicated the future fame of the man. But after the death of Socrates, he again made use of Cratylus, one of the sect of Heraclitus, as his teacher, on whom he composed the dialogue of that name, inscribing it Cratylus, or on the correctness of names. Afterwards he sailed to Italy, and finding that Archytas had established there a school of Pythagoreans, he again had as a teacher the Pythagorean of the same name. There he has made mention of Archytas. But since it is requisite for a philosopher to be fond of seeing the works of nature, he sailed to Sicily likewise to view the craters of fire that are in Etna, and not for the sake of a Sicilian table, as thou, noble Aristides, sayest. And when he was at Syracuse with Dionysius the Great, he endeavored to change the tyranny there into an aristocracy; for which purpose he had gone to him (Dionysius), and on the latter inquiring of him, Whom do you think amongst men is happy? Fancying, forsooth, that the philosopher would, out of flattery, say that he was, Plato answered that he thought Socrates was. And when Dionysius asked him again, What do you consider as the business of a statesman? Plato replied, To make the citizens better. And when he asked a third time, What then? Does it seem to you a little thing to act the judge correctly? For Dionysius had a reputation for acting the judge correctly. Plato replied, not lowering his sail a jot, It is indeed a little thing, and of a statesman the farthest portion; for they who act the judge correctly are like the menders of cloth, who weave up again torn garments. And when he asked a fourth time, What is it, think you, to be a tyrant? Is it not a brave thing? Plato replied, Of all the most cowardly, since he fears even the razor of the barber, lest he should lose his life by it. Whereupon Dionysius, being greatly annoyed, ordered him, while the sun was still above the earth, to take himself off from Syracuse; and thus was Plato, with dishonor, driven out of Syracuse. Of his second journey to Sicily, the reason was this. After the death of Dionysius the Great, Dionysius, the son of Dionysius, succeeded to the kingdom, having Dion for his uncle, who had been a familiar acquaintance of Plato during his first journey. Dion therefore writes to him, saying that, If you were now present, there would be a hope of changing the tyranny into an aristocracy. For this purpose, then, when he had made a second journey, he was falsely accused by the spear‐bearing attendants upon Dionysius, how that he was plotting to make over the government to Dion, and to depose Dionysius; when, being overpowered, he was by Dionysius delivered over to Polus of Aegina, who was then trading with Sicily, to be sold. And he, carrying Plato to Aegina, found there Aniceres, the Libyan, who was about to sail to Elis, for the purpose of entering the contest with a four horsed car; and meeting with Polus, he purchased Plato from him, having bought this glory, superior to all the victory of a four-horsed car, respecting whom Aristides says that no one would have known Aniceres if he had not purchased Plato. Of his third journey to Sicily, this was the motive. Dion, after being proscribed by Dionysius and deprived of his property, was thrown into prison. He writes therefore to Plato that Dionysius had promised to release him if Plato would come to him again, when he readily undertook this third journey to assist his friend. And thus much on the travels of the philosopher to Sicily. It should be known likewise that he went to Egypt to the men of the priesthood there, and learnt from them the science of a priest. Hence he says in the Gorgias, "No, by the dog," which was a god in Egypt; for that which statues mean amongst the Greek, animals do amongst the Egyptians, through being the symbols of each of the gods to whom they are dedicated. Being desirous, moreover, to meet with the Magi, but unable to reach them in consequence of a war raging at that time in Persia, he departed for Phoenicia, and meeting there with the Magi, he obtained the science of the Magi, and hence he appears in the Timaeus to be skilled in the art of sacrificing, while speaking of the signs of the liver and entrails, and such like matters. But this ought to have been told previous to the statement of the causes of his journeys to Sicily. On his return to Athens, he established a school in the Academia by separating a portion of the gymnasium for a grove sacred to the Muses, and there Timon, the man-hater, associated with Plato alone. Very many persons did he attract to learning, both men and women in male attire, by preparing them to hear him, and showing them that his philosophy was superior to all love of business; for he freed himself from the irony of Socrates, and from passing his time in the place of public meeting, and at workshops, and from composing discourses to catch young persons. He freed himself likewise from the Pythagorean oath about keeping their doors closed, and he said it, and exhibited himself more like a citizen to all. After making many his admirers, and benefiting the most of them, when he was about to die, he had a dream how that having become a swan, he went from tree to tree, and caused the greatest trouble to bird‐limers. This Simmias, the Socratic philosopher, expounded by saying that he would be not caught by those who after him wished to interpret him, for the interpreters who wanted to catch the meaning of the ancients were like bird‐limers, and not caught he is, since one may take his words, like those of Homer, in a sense physical, moral, ethical, theological, and, to speak simply, in a variety of senses. For these two souls are said to be altogether in harmony, and hence one may take them both in various senses. After his decease, the Athenians buried him in an expensive manner, and they inscribed upon his tomb, "These two, Asclepius and Plato, did Apollo beget, one that he might save the soul, the other the body." And thus much respecting the family of the philosopher. End of the Life of Plato by Olympiodorus, and end of Apocrypha by Plato. Translated by George Burgess. Read by Geoffrey Edwards. Proof listened by David Craig.